Pickalonia.
Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing today? Thank you, TJD2 too. Looking well rested. Oh, thank you. Ugh. Caterpillar moving up a little bit this morning. Earnings tonight, right? Visa fucking killed earnings, already trading at 215. Continuing to push up probably through 220 today. Baba seeing a nice little overnight bounce. Shenzhen, Shanghai, Hang Seng all up overnight after several days of red. So I think we might see a little bit of a bounce there as well. How about not dead yet? Thanks. You mistake your realist view with shilliness and misbelief on MOASS. Who? The super stonk people? Whatever. I don't give a shit. All they do is hate watch the channel anyway. Should I sell my AMD calls to July 100? I mean, I don't. That's up to you. AMD earnings are coming up though, and do be warned that they short AMD pretty hard before earnings. I'm bullish on it. I understand a lot of you guys I'm not even actually sure why people started piling into it for like short-term plays, but they did. But yeah, I mean, if you're not confident that the price will move back up, then exit the position. Spy needs to smoke some pickle, get higher than 420. Is there any realistic way Cat can miss on earnings? Cat usually doesn't miss on earnings because all of their money comes from lease contracts, and those are generally pretty far dated. So, you start a construction project and you lease your equipment from them, and for X amount of time. And so generally, without unless construction or something is slowing down, then Cat's going to continue to see decent earnings, and I don't think construction is slowing down. If anything, it's actually picking back up. And with the infrastructure bill coming in and more companies utilizing that money to begin projects, I would expect that their new contracts are way up as well. Thanks, what the fuck videos. Rick, I have V2250 calls. Any how to go about them today? It was a degen gamble, but might pay off big. Yeah, it might. Visa looks good. It generally performs well. I have a decent amount of confidence that it'll break 220. I don't know if it'll break 222. Sometimes that's like a bit of a stretch, but oof, rough IV. I hate watch you out of love. Thanks. SS can't stand realism, logic, and facts. It's not that. It goes against, a lot of the ideologies there. Do you have a channel clip that goes over delta, neutral, gamma max? No. Think of the position of actually just go read JFresh's DD. He goes over a lot of it. His look up you Dr. Gingerballs on Reddit. Saw your message and Discord announcement. Thank you for keeping us grounded. I'll renew my membership next week. You don't need to worry about that, Ryan. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I get more radiant every day. Trash. How far down do you think we'll see BBBY get? Man, even at these prices, it's kind of unbelievable. If they continue to short it, which they are doing fairly heavily, I suppose it can hit its low back down here at like 1250, but man, that's like a multi-year low. And with all the interest in the stock now, I wouldn't be too confident in it, and I'm pushing for it. I mean, they might try. Anything under like 20, in my opinion, is just an awesome buy on this stock. So if you're willing to be in it for a long time, this is a good opportunity. If you're trying to play, leaps and shit, can the price go lower? Sure. There might be a better entry, but ultimately, I think end of year, even without any catalysts like Opec's, I think it's perfectly reasonable to see BBY trading at $30 to $40. And if they sell off Bye Bye Baby, if they're successful in that endeavor, or they split it off into another company, not only would you receive the benefit of shares of that new company, or an event of a buyout, a special dividend, but also they'd be able to pay off their long-term debt, which is a lot of what hampers their current value. So nothing but potential. Like, they're not going out of business. They have $8 billion a year in revenue. So it's a lot like GameStop was. If you were buying GameStop pre-January of last year, except it's had a lot of the same volatility that GameStop's experienced due to its exposure to IWM, and being part of the, same retail basket. GameStop moving up okay towards 130. We have MMFTDs from the first Monday after OPEC's expiration. I don't think the FTDs on the side are going to be particularly crazy, but they should be decent. There was good call interest on the OPEC's run. So we'll see some of that play out today, probably in an early morning CNS spike. Hopefully, when we do find our midday low, it's higher than yesterday's. We are looking for not necessarily a bounce today, but a bit of a turnaround. So, small price action, some stagnation just under 130, and then maybe ideally into Friday, a little bit of a bump up towards, like, I don't know, maybe Thursday, 132 would be nice. It'd be nice if we can climb there and kind of just settle in that 132 to 130 resistance area, and just move away from our LPS. I don't, given how hard we dropped, I don't expect us to bump back to 150 on this bounce. I would say expectations are maybe a test of 140, 41 right now, but I think longs need like another day of stability before they start to really put some more money on the table. Google back to 2220. My puts that I bought yesterday to protect my CSPs very well may buy me my 100 shares of Google. um, it's it's extremely undervalued at 2200. I don't care what anyone says. If you guys have read a bit of securities analysis or intelligent investor, Google has a essentially impenetrable moat. The only thing that can slow down their profits and growth is like government intervention, which hasn't happened yet. We just bought 5 new cat rollers. Yeah. Bought? Do you work for the Oh, because you work for the government, right? How do you go about what? Are they still selling them? I know people who had like previous arrangements with them can still buy equipment, but everyone else has to lease it. So NFT dividends confirmed for BBY. Nice. No, I didn't say that. I bought 215 BBY leaps yesterday. It took hours to get a fill. Is it common for that to happen when selling to close? Buying to open? I mean, it just means somebody wants to sell you a $15 BBY leap. Like the market maker probably doesn't want to sell it because it's risky. I mean, they see your order. Maybe your bid was low. Cat playing dead into earnings. Cat being shorted. I mean, cat's down. It's like I said, it can dip back to that. Let me just show you. It's easier. So cat can come back down to this resistance. Here at like 201, 202, and with money flowing back into growth stocks after Amazon and Microsoft's earnings last night, um, we'll see some interest move away from value and like the Dow. We're gonna see big money kind of oscillate a lot during this time period and track it as best as we can, but that's basically how it's going to go. Like, tech interest and growth interest are up, then we're going to see, value and commodities drop. And then back and forth, right? Because they don't want to be overexposed and dump money into both. That would be very bullish, right? Visa just shooting up. Doing great. 20% so far. Tesla coming back pretty strong this morning. Very nice bounce. I think 920 back at delta neutral is absolutely possible. Oh, swing that. ABBA up 5%. Home Depot moving back pretty strongly. All right, we're starting to see a bounce on a lot of things, so hopefully this will drive some price action on GameStop as well. Bill Huang from Archegos charged with racketeering. Interesting. If GME issues a stock dividend, would it be taxable when received in the brokerage account or only when you sell? When you sell, and don't forget that it's still splitting your original shares. So whatever your tax status is on your original shares, that will be the tax status on the new shares. Christine Lagarde's scarf. Ascot. You need to change your name to Christine Lagarde's Ascot. You doing Tesla? Fucking move, bitch. You were off by 12 cents on your prediction for Google. Fuck you. All right. Jesus, he's behind in chat. Yeah, I'm pretty far behind. About 5 minutes. Toffloaf, thank you for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 week.
Yep, AMD moving up. TLVR up 12%. Nice. Thanks for that quick 100% scalp on me. Said as soon as I made money with you, I'd join. I appreciate it, dude. Visa breaking 2050. It's looking good, by the way. Like bump and run, right? But then it's just accelerating exponentially, right? That's a fun thing that we can talk about. So we see the bump and run, right, along this trend. And we see the price fall back to the trend, right? And then it starts to run away. And see, as you start to see this divergence here widen, that's indicative of larger amounts of buy pressure than expected, right? So a bump and run means, enthusiasm kind of hit its limit and, buy pressure was ultimately defeated. But, this, and then usually what you see is kind of a slow climb back up to that same level, right? But when you see it start to break away from its trend like this, this means that buy pressure is picking up. So that means, that enthusiasm for the stock price at, 220 has only increased since the bump and run occurred. And so what you're seeing is buy pressure pick up, which generally means, price picks up. Ask Scott what your country can do for you. Nice, Dave, of the Pigeon Whale Daves. Spoken like a true pigeon whale. AMD up 3% since PM. Crazy how hard they continue to push BBY down. I mean, I'd assume that they're over short on it. Reported short interest on BBBY, not even what's short in ETFs, which is definitely not minimal, is, 50%. So, and the stock is severely undervalued. It's got to be kind of a scary position to be locked in as a short. I think a lot of similarities to GameStop there for them. It's risky. Here, regardless. So MOASS is dead, but there are run-ups every 3 or 4 months. I didn't say MOASS was dead. There can still be a squeeze. But yeah, maybe not hitting millions. We'll see. You know, obviously, if we start to hit numbers of like $10,000, it's run off the rails, and anything is possible. I didn't say that MOASS was dead. I just agree that it's extremely unlikely, and that almost every market mechanic in place and everything they use to suppress this price of the stock prevents it from happening. So it has to climb insurmountable odds to happen, and that makes it unlikely. And I think that the hope that every price run is going to turn into MOASS has hurt so many people over the last 6 quarters. There were 6 quarters of profits that could have been taken by retail, reinvested into the stock, and ownership really would be obscene on the retail side. People would have money, they would have had income. I mean, you're talking billions and billions of dollars left on the table by retail because of buy and hold. Do you know how much more likely a squeeze would be if retail had billions of more dollars? Of course there's a chance. Fuck you, Black Swan is a guarantee. Shill. Thanks, Carl. To be clear, this is not new thinking for you. Not at all. I wrote about this in November. I said if retail didn't pile into call options and put that pressure on market makers, that it was unlikely that we would see the potential for a squeeze again. People just didn't listen to that part. They bought weeklies and then fucking panic sold them when the price tanked. I've never sat here and tried to sell the dream of MOASS to anybody. Because I lost most of my confidence in it when they did a share offering and our FTDs went to 0. But that didn't mean GameStop was dead, right? And I think that's the point of confusion for a lot of people is there's a shitload of money to be made here regardless. And maybe I feel more comfortable now, banned from Superstonk and kind of in my own element to discuss it more openly, but I feel like I was pretty open about it before. I feel personally attacked. What price will GME hit today? You have to be within 12 cents. Nice test of 132. Is there still a possibility they're short more than the available free float? Yes, but not directly. That's one of the problems, is that while they are likely still short 100, 200% of GameStop shares outstanding, those shorts aren't going to be realized directly by GameStop, by the stock, right? They're packed away in total return swaps and ETFs. They're funneling and laundering those FTDs through multiple pipelines, right? So, you know, whatever they can clear on GameStop through GameStop CNS, awesome, but they can clear FTDs through XRT, through IJH, through, you know, VTI. Like, they have outs, you know, and like poker, if you know your opponent's outs, you can play the game better, right? You understand their odds. So, you know, I think we're at a point where we have a very good understanding of where the short hedge funds or short volatility funds are positioned and what their risk is. And I think we've figured out, for the most part, a way to profit off of that. First time viewer definitely wouldn't know. Hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta pull up the Ko-Fi because you guys both came in at the same time there. Is now day 2 of trying to fill on my rad May 2010 C for $10. Now that I say this out loud, it won't work, but I swear I've been the only volume the last 2 days. I was the only $10 June 12C sold yesterday. Comeback story, hugs. Oh boy. Man, Pickle Morty, you sure can pick them. Can you have a quick look at Corsair? I think they've overshorted it these past weeks to deny the bounce out of its downward channel. A good earnings or good news could see it bounce back, in my opinion. Position, plenty of July 20 Cs. Thoughts? Yeah, give me 1 second, because I want to see if I'm going to lose my ass on this Tesla call. I mean, this looks like a double top that failed, frankly. So no, I don't think they were trying to deny a breakout. It looks like the breakout failed. This doesn't look good for the near term. And it doesn't have really enough price history to determine anything else, especially these price ranges, because it's, you know, nearing, it's like IPO price. I would say that the declining volume indicates that it's going to see some turnaround here, but I don't know how strong the bounce back's going to be. I mean, right now I would say you'd be lucky to see it hit 18. Yeah, slight QQQ rejection. Last night I did some quick math, and I had played the cycles decently. I'd have over 3,000 shares and would have quit my job. I'm here to make money. Let's fucking go. Thanks, Velvet Jupiter. I appreciate your daily work to make us less stupid. Also, your opinion interests me on this. Would you say that the split of Tesla stock in 2020 can be a good example of what can happen to GameStop with this coming split? Yes and no. I mean, Tesla was massively undervalued given the assets that it had under its control at that point. So from a valuation standpoint, obviously, like the same price action isn't going to happen, but similar price action could. Good time to sell CCs. I think we're going to keep climbing, actually. So I would be wary of selling CCs right now. If we can break 130, 250, there's a good chance, and the market continues up. We do have decent FTDs today, so it won't be too difficult for us to outperform the index. Like we could test 140, 41-ish. If market crash, what's your thoughts on MOASS? If hedges are called for margin? I mean, I don't think net short hedge funds are getting called for margin during a market crash. Short volatility positions could blow up. But that's more of a squeeze on the VIX. It could trigger a squeeze on GameStop because likely the same people selling insurance. Oh, come on. You're worth more than that, Visa. Tesla dead. I actually think Tesla looks kind of good. Please look at the last Hurry tweet on Twitter. What did he say? Did he delete all his fucking tweets again? Yeah. Header fee gaslighting. If someone had a very underwater $26 CSP May 20, they sold pre-earnings and rolled a bunch, would it be smart to roll it to a leap at 22? And unlock some of that frozen capital until price improvement? I mean, you could just buy it back too. Just buy to close, right? I assume you're talking about on BBBY, right? Well, this was always unlikely. That much is obvious, but you're still saying there could be some sort of smaller squeeze, meaning it's worth it to hang on to shares. I mean, it absolutely is. Not only that, hanging on to shares provides the volatility that drives these cycles, right? How many monitors do you have? I mean, 2 set up right now. I have a third one and the mount for it. I just haven't put it on my desk. Nothing's gonna happen with Twitter anymore. Just ignore it. It might go up to 54. There's like maybe an arbitrage play there. But other than that, it's not gonna do anything spectacular. Fuck you. God damn it. Should have sold it when it was up. This is why, boys and girls, you don't take positions on Tesla. Everything getting rejected. Amazon near 52-week low. Do you think it's a good dip to buy 140 after split? I mean, these prices on Amazon are pretty fucking cheap. Like anything below 28, 21 is very cheap. I do think they have a little bit more of the speculative value that they could lose from the pandemic. And we may see it fall nearer to like 2,500 in the coming months, as you know the economy gets worse. But you know, entries at this price point aren't that bad either. You can always just like cost basis average, right? Seeing a little bounce on cat right off of 207. That's looking kind of good too. What do you do when all of your GME historical price memory is ruined by a split? I don't know. I'll be fine. It blows my mind that so many people don't think that investing is about making money. Do you think that stupidity can hurt GME's base in the long run? Probably, but that's because I feel like there's so many bad actors this whole time that have pushed this idea of everyone becoming a billionaire with one share, or you know, like the whole my floor is 69 million horseshit and the infinity pool. And you know, I mean, you guys have been there for all of it. You're increasing your BBY position. I have quite a lot of it already. I don't know if I'm gonna buy a lot more. It's kind of as big as I want it to be currently. I'm selling covered calls on it. Your opinion on straddling BBBY $12 strike for Jan 2023. Profitable all the way through above 1950. Do you think they're going to go out of business? Like, why would you straddle $12? The downside range on it's not very good. It's a bit lopsided of a position. Is there a rule of thumb? No, it just depends on the underlying. Bear trap? A little bit. Which stock has had a $5 million block trade every day for the last 2 weeks? Last week you told me to remind you if it continues to happen. It continues. Interesting. Buy or sell. Remember how I couldn't get a fill? Well, consider my scratch off lotto tickets secured. All entries are done. Let's test 100, please, Rad. The 100 hugging pickle is ready to reascend above Lady View up. Start strapping aircraft carriers for the 510 gang with room for all my sugar babies. Brian Cohen gonna start averaging down on his BBY now? He failed in his attempt to stay below 10% due to the stock buyback, so he may as well go the full 20. He could. Thank you, Fluffiosa. Message retracted. No sell, no sell. Yeah. All of that was to solve the prisoner's dilemma that the short squeeze presents. Some won't sell at big prices, most will. It's not complicated. Yeah, I know. What topics does the next school of stock cover? Cash secured puts and covered calls. What dates are you targeting for at the money BBBY calls? I only have calls for BBBY for August and January. So next OPECs I'm targeting, and then leaps as well. Don't get me wrong, if next OPEX runs hard, I will sell the fuck out of those leaps. I think there's a good chance of breaking the last run 200 wall pre-split. We could, yeah. Are you holding BTU through earnings? I'm holding BTU for like another year and a half. At least. You missed my super chat. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. What's better? Showering in the morning or showering at night? I think that depends on the temperature of the shower. Colder showers in the morning, warmer showers at night. Thank you, Tired Dan. Sorry I missed that. I know that you understand stuff, but I don't think most people on Superstock understand that. No, they don't. That's all right. All I can do is say it, right? If people listen, then they listen. If they don't, who gives a shit? Hey, Greg, it's been a while. What's up, Sven? So if we're losing hope with the MOASS, the play for GME is that they succeed in their long-term goals. I mean, not just that. Also, you know, nobody stopped playing volatility on GameStop yet. So, you know, 100% price increases every quarter are still very much on the table. I'm okay with that. Will V break the 220 resistance? Historically, yes. If you had to choose between 10 Google or 10 Amazon pre-split, what do you think is the best long-term investment? At these prices, Google. Yeah. I wonder if I should cut my puts now. X starting to move back up. How's Rig doing? Gonna chop. Gotta love another red day. It's not red yet. Do you know which Gingerball's DD post discusses the gamma delta neutral? He discusses it in his like his last two, I believe. His two most recent ones. Of course he did. Good news, made 1,500 on V runs this morning. Bad news, since 3 lost 1,200 on V and GME. My good news is that I made like 1,700% on Google puts. But I had to pay for Amazon puts that didn't print. They may yet still, but and then I lost $1,500 on Tesla, or $1,000 on Tesla, and left $500 on the table on my V220s. I still have my 210s, which may be a bad idea, but they're kind of far dated. Is it imperative to buy Google stock before the split to maximize profit, or there'll be good entries after the split? There might not be good entries after the split, or not as good of entries as there are now. If you agree with this, if you can afford options for profits, hold your shares. If you're sub 100 share poor, sell peaks and buy bottoms to build your position. Sure. Because I think if everyone can get to 3x, then everyone can sell covered calls, which generates the income needed to buy long calls. So yeah, I mean, if you're talking about building a position and you don't have a lot of shares, I don't really see an option. Except you need guaranteed runs, right? You can't risk day trading it. The risk is way too high. Or just don't pour. That's what's weird about AMD, is like it wasn't a pickles pick. It wasn't anything, right? It was just like I was like, "Oh, I'm going to get some more AMD cuz it's really cheap." And then everyone started playing fucking weeklies on it. Theoretically, if I was threatening you with the wanton destruction of a jar of cornichons and ordered you to provide me credible hopium for MOASS, what hopium would you give me? Lenders can still recall shares. Yeah, it'd be the current premium divided by 20, depending on the price of the underlying, obviously. You know, Google, if Google splits 20 to 1, a lot of people that are currently priced out of it are going to buy into it, right? You weren't lying a few weeks ago when you said Netflix rejects hard off of 400. Dude, if C-Mill hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have even hedged my fucking position. They're not posted under my username. They're from Dr. Gingerballs. Rip Spy. It's a really bull trap. I'm glad I didn't try to wait for that bounce on 900. I would have gotten burned hard. Visa kind of holding its own. Let's see if GME can stabilize. Fuck, man, I did not want to fall back to 126.70 and chop. What are your cat earning strategies? What? I'm not playing earnings. I mean, I have calls, but I'm not playing earnings. I don't give a shit what happens at earnings. Lead a horse to water and it'll drown itself. I bought a cemetery plot for the spy. AMD's always been a Lisa Sue simp play. She's the best. These people not know that you can buy fractional shares? Yeah, but like, who the fuck wants to own a fractional share? I don't. I have never intentionally purchased a fractional share. Ever. They suck. Given how we reversed this morning, do you think we'll bounce back again in the afternoon or we're done for the day? I don't know. It just looks kind of choppy. Most of our like early morning price action probably supported by FTDs and the movement in the market. What the fuck happened to Microsoft? It was doing okay. Yeah, it's doing good. What's the earnings? Earnings happened to Microsoft. Do you still think Daki goes to 71 as a good entry? I don't know. We'll see. It could. I don't like where it's broken down to, frankly. Like below 85's I don't have a lot of confidence in it continuing to move up. Guess I'll check the scanner and see if we get another indication that they're overshorting again. Their earnings were good. No reason for it to be dropping besides the rest of the market. must confess, I have weekly cat calls. Gross. What's a good cheap stock to play around with CCs? F? Yeah, F's pretty cheap. I mean, you mean CSPs? Unless you already own 100 shares of Ford. Fractional shares are, you know, same ripoff like S&P minis, right? Just shitty spreads so more arbitrage can be made off of poor people who don't know what they're doing. What price would BBY have to reach for you to consider increasing your position? At my current rate, I can get my cost basis down to about 15 in like 3 weeks. So if it drops significantly below 15 in the next 3 weeks, I'll consider buying more. 14, 13, all those prices seem attractive. I still have my OSTK puts. They're doing good. I don't know if their earnings are going to be any better, so maybe I'll hold them through earnings. I might sell them on the IV spike before earnings. I bought them when IV was still super low, so and I still have some time on them. Who was it that was like arguing with me on this? There's somebody who was like really into Overstock and angry that I bought puts on it. That was funny. It made me buy more puts. You should call your scanner Pidar. New thesis: Microsoft futures to fall on news that its CEO is a nerd. Probably not going to work. What do you think about scalping with leverage? It's risky. Don't use leverage if you're broke enough that you still have to scalp. Like if you're still scalping plays, probably shouldn't be using leverage. That's just greed. You're just greedy. You're not patient enough to wait for compounding gains, so you want to try to use money you don't have to invest. And not only that, you want to do it on the riskiest possible day trade strategy, right? Like it's angry put buying, is that activism? I don't know. I think earnings are before market tomorrow. IV hasn't bumped significantly. Am I understanding CSPs correctly? I could sell a BBY $15 CSP with a $1,500 in my account for $300. I buy 20 shares of BBY, get assigned, and have 120 shares for a $12.50 cost basis. No, you're misunderstanding that. So if you sell a CSP for $3 at a $15 strike and you get assigned, you buy 1,500 or you buy 100 shares for $1,200. If you use this premium to buy 20 shares, right? Then, you know, you're buying 100 shares for $1,500. Yeah, roughly. Sure. Okay, I see where you're going. I kind of see what you're talking about. So you're saying if you why would you do that though? What a weird way. So you're gonna use the premium to buy shares and then also get assigned? I mean, you're out $1,800 then though. Right? Because you have your 1,500 from your assignment plus your premium of $300. It still doesn't. It's such a weird way of putting it. Check your Discord inbox, please. The dream of MOASS. Guys, don't forget to check out our merch shop for your and use the code Pickle Financial for the first edition of my newest book. Usually the block trade is a buy, but it feels more like a transfer. Being registered. Interesting in looking into. Yeah, you could DM me whatever you got. I'll take a look at it. How do you curb the FOMO? Just always knowing there's another play? Yeah, pretty much. Something's always running. The more time you spend in the market, the better your odds of running face first into one of them. Do covered calls auto close? Yeah, at expiration. Thanks, Zap. It feels wrong to count CC, CSP against my cost basis if they use that premium for other plays. That's fair. Roll down my 150s, or do you see another 130 spike this week? If we continue to accumulate buy pressure, right, and the market stagnates today, which it's not really doing, right? It's kind of just dropping off even more. But if we can get some stabilization, we may see long interest return a bit. Right now it doesn't look great. If we fully break 126, where's the next big support? 122.67, 68 down here. If we break that, I mean, like, that's kind of the end of Wyckoff, at least for now. Well, the end of phase D, right? We'd move back into phase C and we'd start looking for lower lows. I showed something yesterday about LPS having a range. Was that yesterday? Yeah. Of course it does. All resistances have a range in which they remain true. Especially because we're looking at everything on an extremely long time scale, right? If we trade fucking 50,000 shares below resistance and that resistance is traded, 30 million shares. It just doesn't fucking matter, right? Like, it doesn't skew the average at all. SST, the most green on my watch list. Hey, look at that. Doing a little thing today. How exciting. My call's still down 99%. Yep. They're tanking the market to cover GME shorts. I mean, I think they're tanking GME to cover GME shorts. The market tanking is just helping. Does the Twitter arbitrage play a trap? Could be. There's a lot easier ways to lock up 10% gains with less risk. The thing I noticed missing from your face, C. Wyckoff, is there's no spring and test. But yes, there is. What the fuck is this? Oh. It was back here in like March 14th with the test and March 21st. I think they're tanking tanks to cover tank top shorts. What? There's no actual merch store. That was a joke. Jesus Christ. One thing I noticed is missing. Okay, I got that. Congratulations, hodler for totaler. How do you tank GME to cover GME shorts? How does that work? What do you mean? You buy what? Dude, where the fuck have you been for the last year and a half? You buy puts, you short the stock, then the market maker accelerates that shorting action, driving the price further down, then you cover. It's easy. Especially when you shorted the stock at fucking 150 and we're trading at 126. He's just starting to forget it did good on earnings. No, it's stable. I think it'll bounce back. Just too many people willing to get out at 220, that's all. What are some of these better 10% plays that you speak of? A guy I know is down 36% on his weekly BBY calls and could use the support. Home Depot will probably move back up again. It wants to break out pretty bad. AMD recovering a little bit. Things are stabilizing. Shorts getting out. Ooh. That's fucking cheap. Hmm. Fuck. Oh. Subtle. Whatever. Spy QQQ picking up steam in the volume department. I don't think Google Microsoft earnings are necessarily a good sign for earnings to come. The only certainty these days is uncertainty, it seems. Yeah. Can't see it on the daily with HK candles. My bad. You were still legit and not a shill then. Yeah, I know. Should I sell my April 29 Facebook 175 put or hold them overnight? Their earnings is tonight, right? I don't know. How much are you up? Like, I have no idea what your put value is. If you bought it at 200, you're killing it, but cover in chunks to limit FOMO. You cover slowly to limit FOMO. You playing cat earnings? I mean, I have cat calls. They're just not for earnings. Yeah. IV bump. Ironic. They're pushing BBY down because they have waves of FTDs from Cohen's buy-in. The FTDs aren't that high. So after Cohen bought in, a bunch of institutions sold out. They sold out on the initial pump, and then they sold out on the Opec's pump as well. So they unlocked a lot of liquidity. So you got to wait for FTDs to build up again. The advantage there, though, is that the amount of shares available hasn't increased. So the FTDs will build up. Well, you don't just buy the stock and then fucking sell covered. I mean, you can just buy the stock and then sell covered calls if you want to. But really, you should buy like cash secured puts or sell cash secured puts until you get an entry on the stock. And then once you get assigned, then you sell covered calls. Because then you can buy the stock cheaper than it sells at market for. Not a big fan of this stock. Everyone's been going on about it a lot lately because of Wall Street bets, but I don't know. Kind of peaked on 318. Fell below its MA 200. It doesn't look great. Even if it has upside, it's probably limited to about hitting 60. New York Times, windbreakers showed up for Bill Hwang. What? Who gives a shit about Bill Hwang? I don't care about QCom's earnings. Yeah, Turnberg's not transmitting me any data telepathically. Ooh. I missed that one anyway, turd. You need to relax, pigeon teeth from OS. That's on possible market crash timeline. If it crashes. How far out do you sell the CSP if you want to get assigned? As far as possible? No, because if you sell it really far out, why are they gonna exercise, right? Thoughts on Rio? I looked at it before. It doesn't look terrible. The current price is nice. It's hard to say if it's gonna bounce or not, though. They haven't been doing super great over the last few weeks. Maybe. I mean, it's kind of right at resistance. It could be a decent buy-in. They're not my favorite company. Yeah. I'd rather just invest in cat and I mean, I don't want to use Palantir at all or buy more Palantir at all, but I'd rather just invest in cat. Palantir's earnings is coming up. I have to get ready to sell my quarterly covered calls. Pickle financial merch store now trending on Google. I find it amazing how you're always so calm, and we kept watching the stock tank from 200 to 125 in 4 weeks. Investigating Bill Huang means DOJ and FBI are still investigating short sellers. I mean, sure. Fuck it, so what? I think you're mistaking me for someone who gives a shit. I don't care so much about Huang, but the RICO charge is interesting. Usually they grab small fish first, which suggests that people larger than Huang are being targeted. That's possible. Am I the only one who thinks the market crash is already priced in and we may just trade flat? No. The minutes from that meeting that follow like 3 weeks later. BBY could go lower, but that doesn't mean that this isn't a great entry. Do you think Palantir has too many shares outstanding? I mean, if they continue to pick up contracts, no. I do think at some point they'll have to do a buyback. I have a legacy position in Rio and sell it off when I need money. Appreciate it. Well, that's a bit of a different story. The shares outstanding on Palantir have nothing to do with its growth, right? It's just its float number. It's not gonna like short squeeze or anything because it's super liquid, but no. You see AMD going as low as 73. Not really. Not without like a market crash or something. Massive correction like this. You're talking about like a point at which the SPY is trading at like 380. I touted MOASS as improbable, sploosh. Maybe you weren't paying attention or listening to anything I said. I think there was a chance for it. I think that chance is diminished. Gherkin only exists to shill us as CCs. We all know this and don't care. B-Boy seems like the play for poors who want to get into options with a conservative CSP. It's not bad. I'm buying at the money August BBY and I'm bullish on the stack. Is this an efficient strike? Would I have been better off buying a bunch of out of the money 20s or something? I mean, you can have a wider spread if you want, but I mean, your at the money positions, if it runs, like, are you going to exercise them? Like, what's your intention? You say you're bullish on it, so I assume that you want to own more of it? Or are you just playing a possible increase in price in the next, like, quarter? When was I going to have Alexis Texas on as a guest? I still haven't said MOASS won't happen. I just said it's very unlikely. Stock split is the highest chance we have. But I see a way for them to defeat the stock split. So I'm not going to lie about that. And, you know, have people make assumptions for months that the stock split is guaranteed MOASS, because it's not. And I see far too much of that going on already. And that's exactly how everyone gets fucking burned every fucking time. And we just had a very good run with, you know, conservative expectations where many profited greatly. And that is the way, right? Not speculative bullshit where people fucking overhold and leave money on the table. Can they defeat a stock split? Absolutely. They have outs. It is not a guarantee of a short squeeze. Can it cause a squeeze? Sure. But by no means is it guaranteed. Yesterday, I think you gave some thoughts on potential squeezes. VV around 500, Gamma around 1,000. Anything more would be MOASS. If 123.21 was a Volga-Vana squeeze, wouldn't increased retail ownership now drive it higher? Possibly, but there's less retail options interest, like significantly, right? So, and they've also changed, and on Feb OPEX, they changed the metrics at which, for which volatility positions have to be hedged during high volatility events. So they've eased their risk, making Volga-Vana squeezes less likely. That was like OCC and NSCC 00122. Did you explain how they might defeat it? Yeah. Which I did yesterday, but I'll do it for the people in here that want to know today. They can run the price pre-split in order to drive up ETF ownership. And increase ETF liquidity. Then they can fail to deliver the dividend to the brokers, kicking that price action out past the split. Say this is the split. Covering the entire time. And then on the T plus 6 plus 35C day, they can cover the rest of it in a much more liquid environment. Do you think a stock split is guaranteed price improvement? Yeah, I think we'll see FOMO. Well, something about their earnings wasn't so solid, right? Cheese stees. I mean, this just kind of looks like the hit everything's taking. Also, you know, issues with the supply chain for processors is slowing down projection, right? So that global economic instability is affecting it. And we're also just seeing people pull money. We're seeing people pull money out of everything right now. And TSM is no different. I didn't see their earnings call. It's not a stock I track a lot, but just no, DM me on Discord. That's the rule. I mean, you can email me, but I'm not going to guarantee I'll see it. Let's talk premiums post-split. Do you think the drop in delta value per contract will be offset by the increase in IV? At least in the short term. Probably. I mean, the drop in delta value is just relative because the strike splits, right? So the delta value should remain the same on the contract post split, but IV could increase. IV will likely increase into the split the most. Where is the DD for them avoiding MOASS? It's written into the misunderstandings of all the DD that's already been written. It's just in the gaps avoided intentionally or not in the information given to people. The idea that, you know, there are real shares and synthetic shares is horseshit. There are simply shares, real or synthetic, it doesn't matter. You can cover a short position with fake shares. They do it all the time. They return shares every day. Can they possibly create that many shares through ETF creation to satisfy counterparties not recalling shares? Possibly. If they can't, they fail, right? And then they have fucking 45 days to cover it all. Plus, if I want to sell in an IV spike or cashless exercise, if they cover and there's a large price improvement, then buy shares with profits. Maybe a spread is better than at the money then. Well, yeah, spread gives you, you know, options contracts to sell so you can exercise others, right? Eric, thanks for the real talk. I've lost out a lot believing this may be it in the past. I'm upping my game to make the most of this. No sitting back and being passive. Sure, everyone working for GME and Ryan Cohen to figure this out too and have a plan to combat this theory. Why the fuck do you think they want MOASS? You're talking about the same people that released 5 million shares when our FTDs were skyrocketing. What gives you the idea that they want anything more than improved valuation and money for the company? Do you think if the price goes to 350 again, fuck, if it goes to 350 post split, do you think they're not going to release more shares? Like, just use sense and assume that, you know, they're not fighting on your behalf. They're fighting for the company that they're heavily invested in. Like normal fucking people. They'll have to fight FOMO with a lot of ammo. I mean, sort of. Or they just use the volume generated by the FOMO to help them clear FTDs through CNS. Sure, yeah. Bigger funds can trap them. But if they wanted to do that, why wouldn't they just recall their shares? Pre-split. You're forgetting that there's risk for them too. Why would I paper hand? I know how to follow a trend better than any of those people. I'm not stupid. It's not like I'm just gonna, oh, we hit 500, I'm gonna sell all my shares. Fucking ridiculous. Very recovered. A little bit. Starting to. Any idea why Tesla's volume is 10x less today? I mean, the long interest isn't as strong and the shorts have sold out. Or, well, the sellers have left. Consolidation. Sell side has exhausted itself. but there aren't a lot of longs, so. No, I don't care about Facebook earning. Overstock has proved that they can short squeeze the digital dividend through computer shares and their digital wallet. GameStop will be doing exactly that. Sure. Let me know how it works out. MOASS will bring a ton of loyal customers. No, it fucking won't. And it's not that many. It's ridiculous. That's just something to ease your own doubt. If I become if fucking GameStop MOASSes and I become a billionaire, I'm not gonna be doing a lot of fucking shopping at GameStop. I'm probably not gonna be doing a lot of my own shopping at all. Unless they start selling fucking Lambos, yachts, blowing hookers, I'm not gonna fucking be interested, am I? You know, 350 post split is like, I mean, depending on how much it splits, is many multiples of our current market cap, right? That would be very difficult. Investors are invested in the company making money off of other people. You don't buy a company and then buy all their fucking products. The returns, that's like a shitty cashback credit card. That's like if Visa was like, hey, we want to tell you about our new 0.0000001% return cashback on, you know, gas and purchases. What an exciting offer. The only way for them to not be able to clear FTDs is to lock up all shares through options. No, it's to create so many FTDs with options that they can't possibly clear them all. There'll be more options interest in the next run on GameStop because there was so much options interest in the March run on GameStop. That's just, you know, confirmation, right? Snap, same like dead, just flat, right? Eh, not doing good today. I mean, Snap, same like everything, just down hard. Even that hard, really, right? It's down, what, $1 from yesterday's low. Jimmy has 14.1 million short interest. Okay. Is that Ortex data? Why would other funds want to recall shares before the split and let retail win? They don't, but they want to win, right? Remember that ultimately they're long, right? So if they overlend, then they always have the share recall in their back pocket, right? You're forgetting that, they are actually long. So if I have, 10 million shares and I lend 30 million shares, when I recall my 10 million shares, 30 million shares will be purchased. That's the advantage. The risk there, though, is that most of those shares are in ETFs, where they take on counterparty risk by recalling those shares, and that they then have to resettle the net asset value of their ETF, which is problematic. But so that's why they wouldn't recall, right? What are your thoughts on a 3-for-1 GME share dividend or around the R2K reference day of 5/8, then offering 700 million shares to facilitate the unwind a la AMC last year? I mean, if they do that, we're going to run hard, right? If that's the case, if they need to release 700 million shares to unwind the short position. I mean, all you have to do is look at what other companies that have short squeezed in the past have done. They have all done what is best for the company, in long term, right? Porsche releasing shares to the shorts and letting them out of the squeeze in order to capitalize, in order for the company to capitalize on that squeeze. That is the best way out of a short squeeze for a company. It's not to hodl to the fucking top, right? It's to end the volatility, get the shorts off the stock, and get cash on the books. Oh, just join if you join the channel's Discord, you can DM me, Sroll. That was terrifying. Went from down 30K on Tesla weeklies to up 10K. Got out green, thankfully. Nice, dude. Do you have any opinion about Neo as a company? They're okay. That's a bit harsh, Rico. What, you mean to tell me that share lending is essentially a risk-free loan sharking scheme? I'm absolutely shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Maybe that's why GS wants to increase the charter to release even more shares during the squeeze. I mean, they could already do that, but sure. They want to increase the charter because it's low. And if they're going to be a tech company, they're going to need a bigger float, especially if they have aspirations of moving into the S&P 500 at any point. Any opinions on Neo Geo as a company? Are they still one? How aggressive is your option strategy going into this next cycle? I would say it's pretty conservative, but I'll have a decent quantity of out of the money calls for any volatility. Quit trying to disturb my delusion. It's warm in here. Also, I think you're forgetting about Pulte. Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't get me fucking started on that shit. Between Pulte, Elon, and fucking RC, I'm so tired of watching people clamor for fairness in the markets while licking the assholes of billionaires. Maybe that's the best part about being a billionaire. It's not that you can afford the best bidet. It's just that you can have people who will only see a fraction of your net worth in their family's lifetimes, just worship you like a god. Pulte's got less fucking money in GME than I do. I don't give a fuck about him. Pulte has less money in GME than a bunch of people in this chat. You know AMD well. Do you think earnings will be good? I do. I think database sales, like, and their commercial sales are going to be way the fuck up this quarter. I'm not a millionaire. I'd only be a millionaire if I sold, which I'm not doing. What do you think of spot? It's at an all-time low today. Are you sure that that's going to be its all-time low? I think it'll keep going lower. What do you think about July 500s? I mean, it's a IV play. Could they print? Maybe. Why would you buy them now, though? Why not wait? You think RSS would worship me if I showed them my shares? If you DRS them? First time commenter, long time listener. What is the next Opec cycle strategy? May 6th? If not, roll over T plus 35 plus 6? You mean May 20th? May 20th would be the next OPEC's expiration. You may want to be in early in case they run the stock into OPEX and not after, in order to, like they did in Fab. But I would say that July or June OPEX looks far more likely. Unless they start compounding positions, yeah, it doesn't look as good. But don't forget, next OPEX, we also have, they can split the shares as early as, I think, July or June 16th, which is still before futures expirations. I really hope they do. Like 10 business days from the shareholders meeting. Because that would put a lot of pressure on that futures expiration. Don't get me wrong, that'll also give, short hedge funds 10 business days in order to set shit right, but or at least hedge. Also retest its high on the day again. The recovery looks okay. Yeah, probably. It looks good. Probably another move past 910. I don't know if it'll retest or if it'll break 920. 920 is where delta neutral is for Tesla, so it may get rejected there. Very running. Ooh, nice. Yeah, it's climbing back up to 14. That's good. I think it'll fail another test of 15 again. And then probably push up through on like the third or fourth test of that resistance. There's a lot of interest at 15 that was, that sold out on the last test. Dumb question. If June OPEX is pushed to June, do other basket stocks still have OPEX in May? It's a good question. We'll find out. I mean, I think they pushed everything out a month on this last run. If I had to choose CSP on BBBY or X more shares of GME. I mean, I think there'll still be opportunities to get GameStop a little cheaper than it is right now. So, I mean, just if you're selling CSPs, keep it short so you can get your capital back in time. Since we're trading kind of flat, I want to do a little experiment because something's been coming up a lot lately. About like X and XX shareholders and how, they don't stand to benefit from the knowledge of these cycles or, have no ability to profit off of them. So if you're an X holder and say you did a big silly and you bought in, on the run up in Feb, which is, when a lot of people got in. And say your original shares were somewhere around like 170. Hold on. So you bought here, like 170, peak FOMO, right? And you got 5 shares. So if you'd sold at the top, at 348.50, you'd then have $1,742.50. Then, if you'd bought at the bottom, which was 116.90, see, sell, buy. You then have 14 shares. Well, 14.9 shares. Let's say you had the money for an extra share and you bought or an extra 1/10 of a share and you just went for the full 15. All right. And then you sold at the next peak of 219. It's here. And then bought back in again on the next bottom. Which was 132. Oh, shit. $132. What was that? 132. $132. Then you have so at this point now you have, so these are your buys. Sell, buy, sell, buy. Now you have 24.88 shares. Then you sell again at the next peak, which is 180.62. Buy back in at the bottom, which is, I believe, 136 here. 136.50. Yeah, 136.50. Now you have 32 shares at, well, 33 at 36.50. Then sell again at the peak of that run. which was 344.66. And then by the bottom of this dip, was 150.78. Now you have 75 shares at this point. 75 at 50.78. Sold at the top here. 206. Actual top was 219.11. And then bought back on the bottom here in November at 169.98. It's 97 shares. Sold the peak of November, which was what, 150, right? 152.20 or 252.20. And then bought the bottom here at 78. Right here, you would have had 314 shares to sell covered calls on the peak here. It's a lesson that needs to be learned. Are people freaking out about it? off of 5 shares bought at peak FOMO in February with not even the best possible timing. There were many more opportunities to buy and sell there. So what's the lesson? Stop doing that. It's fucking stupid. Those are the, so, you know, if you had 5 shares at 170 in February, you've left 309 shares on the table. That's the lesson. You just made so many enemies. How? By explaining simple math? Yeah, we have higher buy volume after the bounce. I don't expect people to have bought and sold perfectly at every peak. This shit about taxes. I mean, that's also not day trading World of Warcraft. That's swing trading, but there are many weeks in between those points of entry and exit. Yeah, you still come up with, you could probably come up with about half. Windmill. Oh, buying and holding drives the cycles. But people are still buying back in at the bottom, right? So it doesn't really affect the cycle at all. If it helps, I was already an enemy. It's fine. I didn't do it either. I held through all of it. But I also don't have 5 shares. You guys get taxes, it means you made money, right? The goal is to not have any taxes because you haven't made any money. Shh, don't explain that. I mean, you could do that with a lot of things. I'll check it out later tonight, Esrel. I'll message you back. Doesn't selling shares into the market reset FTDs though? Yeah, but after June, the fucking FTDs were gone. And if people were buying back double, now extrapolate that across, 600,000 people who have X shares. Even if you shave it down, right? And you say that the average is half, right? And people, fuck, let's go even lower for taxes. Let's say you turned 5 shares into 100 over the course of the year, right? And 600,000 people own 5 shares of GameStop that they then turn into 100 shares of GameStop over the course of a year. What do you think puts more pressure on short hedge funds? These 600,000 people still owning 5 shares? So the maximum potential there, you could, if you really maximize the potential, you could go far higher. But let's just say the maximum potential, shitty traders, bad timing, taxes, you turn 5 into 100. What's 600,000 times 100? That's like the free float, right? I mean, I don't have to. I have enough shares that I don't have to take on the risk of selling at the top and buying back at the bottom. But it's something a lot of people have asked me and talked about, and I can't ignore it, right? It's amazing how people get so up in arms about a simple mental exercise. It's because they didn't do it. It's just regret and sadness. You can do the same, and I do the same thing with Jamie with options. But I also have that option, right? I can afford to buy options. I can not only can I afford to buy options, I can afford to buy options and roll them and roll them and roll them until they hit. So the comparison there is not worthwhile. Yeah, I could have TFV shares if I did that. But I also believed in it, right? Don't get me wrong, there was a point where I was very full bull on MOASS. I thought the goal is to make enough money that the IRS doesn't audit you. Well, the goal is to make enough money to be able to buy an attorney so that the IRS doesn't want to spend the money to audit you. I hate you. If I would have known about CCs last year, I would have had enough shares to cover my Bumble. Yeah, and for all the XXX holders and above, selling CCs at anywhere near any of those peaks in price action, even once we'd already confirmed the downtrend, would have netted tens of thousands of dollars. And once we understood the cycles after August, you know, and we understood the effects of these quarterly cycles, I mean, since then, and this is the first one that we've really done something about, that we've really managed properly, I think, as retail. You know, people bought into calls, people sold at the top, people are waiting to buy back in at the bottom while selling covered calls. You know, there's profit being taken across the whole cycle here, which is great. And not everyone's doing it. Not everyone's doing it perfectly. Don't get me wrong, but it's a marked improvement. What about giving their shares back? They already have infinite shares. We already know this. So sure, it helps them clear FTDs on GameStop, but FTDs on GameStop just aren't compounding. They're not going to. We're gonna see some compounding FTDs from the run in March because they had to borrow shares because they fucking overstuffed the ETFs. But they're gonna return all those shares before we run again, and they're gonna stuff the ETFs again, and they're gonna do it all over again because they make a shitload of money doing it. So why don't we? You can use calls on the cycles too. But somebody who has 5 shares doesn't have money to buy fucking $1,200 calls. Buy hold options is ideal, but it leaves behind a vast majority of the shareholders in GameStop. Wouldn't with 600,000 people buying and selling make the cycles more volatile and make the cycles more unpredictable? I'm full bull on GME, Kevin Ma. I see opportunity and I take advantage of it, and I try to teach others to do the same. This isn't a fucking religion. This isn't faith-based. I don't believe in the eventuality of anything unless it's backed by the data. What if I buy weeklies and 0 DTEs on the cycle? I feel like there's people already doing that. But, I mean, yeah. And what? You sell them at the end, right, when they're in the money, and then that crushes the cycle, and then it starts all over again. Do you think BBY will have more obligations than GME this quarter? Direct obligations? I don't know. GameStop had a hell of a run. It's probably going to churn out some fairly decent FTDs. It's amazing to me how many people just want me to be like Matt Kors or Trades and just lie to your either be so fucking dumb that I don't know, or just lie to you. If you want me to lie to you, you're watching the wrong person. There's other places you could be and other things you could be doing. There would be a better use of your time. Is there any other way to get the message through without twisting the knife, though, Vatican trash kid? I believe in RC too, and I believe in the future of the company. And no matter what happens, I'm long GameStop. That's not changing. That's not what's being argued here. And it's backed by data. I mean, AMD has beat year over year for 4 fucking years now. I would say that Lisa Su is not faith, it's backed. She makes it work. I don't care if nobody follows me. You think these speeches net me fucking subscribers? They don't. They lose me subscribers, which is good because I don't want those fucking people around anyway. Thank you for saying the truth. It's not easy to hear, but it's important because you're brave enough to say it. What you have found. I respect you and I trust you. Thanks, Luna. Thanks, B Watts. What's being argued is that short hedge funds have multiple instruments to get out of their obligations. But we know this, and then but so many are still just in denial of it. Like everything is guaranteed, or some billionaire tweeting about fucking GameStop is going to run us to the moon. And people just need to move past that and look at it for what it is. And if it does squeeze, awesome. That's why you bought shares, right? And then everyone gets rich and we get the fairy tale ending. But if it doesn't, which is a far higher probability, do you want to have spent a year of your life on nothing? Or do you want to capitalize on the opportunity? Jason F, BBBY not only went to $30 the day Cohen bought in, it also went from 20 to 28 in March. What the fuck do you think that was? It caused substantial price improvement. Institutions also sold both of those peaks. Millions of shares. There are no absolutes in the market. What if I'm here because I want to get yelled at? I'm working on it, Blazing Dizzle. Zalmathar, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
You address all the dick riding people do for you? It's fucking annoying. I don't get it. Mentioned one method of selling CCs is to do it on Friday, assuming we're closing 5-ish% below delta neutral. Otherwise, on the following Tuesday. Does that still sound about right for this week? Well, no, because the following Tuesday this week, we dropped like a fucking brick. I mean, I guess, yeah, if you'd sold them on Tuesday, we went into Friday with a negative delta hedge, right? So if you'd sold them on Friday, you know, you would have sold them for a little bit more money. But you know, Tuesday morning wasn't terrible. Like Ivy was up, right? And then the negative delta hedge hit from T+2, which, you know, only helped in bringing us down yesterday along with the market. 33 shares. That should be the focus for ex-shareholders to get before the split. I mean, do people... I know a lot of you have probably more shares and more money than the average super stonk user, but imagine what, for somebody who has a low number of shares, and say post-split we see some price improvement. Imagine what that, you know, $2 even, like safe, sort of out of the money covered calls would, like, weekly for somebody in that position. Imagine what that does to change their lives. And if you wonder why I talk about this stuff and why I'm trying to point this out to people, it's because that's not FUD, right? It's not millions. But $800 a month or $900 a month, you know, is actually fucking life-changing for people. People who may already be sitting on 100 fucking shares. And that's not selling your stock, right? That's just making income off of the investment that you're holding. We don't have a dividend, right? And then peak volatility weeks, that's even more. That can be $1,200 or fucking 15 in 1 week. Obligatory support for educated rant and reaffirmation that what you teach matters to those who have been paying attention. Thanks, Red Ranger. Keith Bromden, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, man. Dirk, I think I speak for a lot of people currently in chat. Would be able to make a video on CCs. Thanks. Yeah, I'm working on it. It's almost done. I have like a school project I'm working on. I've got a lot of other shit to do after the stream ends every day. It doesn't just end here with me turning the camera and mic off. ECB just announced rate hikes to 2%. Fuck. Yeah, and institutions sold, Jason. That was gone when fucking Morgan Stanley announced that they dropped 3 million shares, right? If you're not following what's happening with the stock and you don't understand that the market is dynamic and predictions change, then you probably shouldn't be doing this. If you bought BBBY right after Cohen did, you could have sold it for more money. That's the whole story. If you think the company's still undervalued, buy it. If you don't. Speaking the truth and speaking to the disservice Superstock has done to many, maybe someone wouldn't have to drive Uber till 2 a.m. if they had 500 a month on CCs. That is life changing. It is. Thank you, Willie. When's the normal time frame when a split dividend is announced and when it's done? 10 business days, I think, is what the SEC requires. I need to remember to fact check that, but I'm pretty sure it's 10 business days, roughly, between the announcement of the split and the ex-dividend date, or the split date. So if GameStop announces the split at the shareholders meeting, along with the vote results, that would mean a split on June 16th, the day before quad witching. Hey man, I left SS after your ban and started following here. Became a billionaire shortly after. Watched every day, all day, for 5 straight weeks until my new job started this week. Learned a lot so far. Love everything you do. Side note, muted Gherk equals lame. Thank you so much, Kilroy. I appreciate that, man. Will the CC video touch on CSPs at all or no? I feel I understand CC. I'm just raising capital to sell them, but I haven't looked into CSPs much yet. I mean, they still have a capital requirement for CSPs, but GameStop's, you have to remember that depending on how much capital you have, GameStop isn't the only stock that exists. Like, there's other opportunities to sell CSPs and CCs in the market, right? But yes, I'm doing one for each. I'm doing one for CCs, one for CSPs. I don't think touching on wheeling is really advantageous to anybody because that's a more advanced strategy. And then while some understand it, most who are doing it probably don't have the capital to do it efficiently. John Stokes, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherk.
You know what? I'm gonna say it. I sold my 100 shares at 130.9 this week with my strike at 127, and now look, I made $1,000 and will buy back at around 115. I mean, to be fair, Matt, you could have just sold a covered call instead of your shares. Maybe that's the real, apes helping apes scenario, is that people with 3x shares aren't selling and people with XX shares are loading up. Because if you have 3x shares and you believe in the company, you really don't need to sell ever. You can just sell covered calls. And why risk your actual stock? Compound that 800 a month. Yeah, if they don't need to spend it on other things or cost of living expenses, even if only half of that $800 a month goes back to being reinvested, You know, you're compounding. That's a lot of fucking money really quick. I'm sure if somebody wants to do the math, they can. But $400 a month compounded over, you know, a year is significant. Not selling any fucking shirts. Sometimes you can be riled up in disagreement, but you're doing the right thing for the right reasons. Trying. How are there 101 million shares circulating when there's only 76 million shares in the market? Are you talking about the Mexican exchange? Who the fuck knows? Yeah, and those same people have been averaging down and reducing their cost bases and buying more. The same people sold August calls in the run up in March and made profits. We know it's possible to surprise 3-to-1 split before the meeting, and then also do the voted one all within the 2 overlapping 10-day periods to create confusion for short hedge funds. Yes, and I think they should. If they really want to facilitate a high risk scenario for longs and cause a recall, they could deploy that strategy specifically, splitting the stock before the vote is in, and then, you know, having the vote approved at the shareholder meeting and the stock split immediately afterwards. I need you to have spicy pickles picks on May 16th. Should have enough time for my wedding money to be settled and ready to YOLO. Okay, thanks. Oh boy. Pragmatic guy. Slow day in the market, but that discussion was one of the best in the history of this channel. You're a special person, Kirk, and your commitment to sharing your knowledge is deeply appreciated. Thanks, pragmatic guy. I appreciate that, man. Can I sell CCs in an IRA but not CSPs? Which one requires margin? Neither. Both can be sold and bought back from a cash account. Talking about why I posted on Reddit, Pi-Fi subreddit, about what to do with 140K on June 6th. What? What are you talking about, my good bean? What are you doing with $140,000 on June 6th? That'll be several weeks. I'll have capital to start doing CC on BBBY next week. Or CSPs, right? Because the more advantageous situation there is to sell CSPs until assignment, because then you can get your cost basis. Even if you sell them in the money, you can lower your cost basis by the premium collected, right? So BBBY trading at what, 1522, and in the money puts, wait, that's not BBB.
So 1550 in the money puts trading at 80 cents, right? So if you sold an in the money put at 0.8, which is the current or the last 80 money at 0.8, then and you're immediately, you're assigned these shares Friday at roughly the same trading price. Then you're buying those shares for this minus that 80 cents per share, right? So you're actually getting these shares at $14.60 instead of getting them at $15. And this is the advantage to using a CSP first to enter your positions. Does it make sense not to carry any CCs into the shareholders meeting? Yes. I don't intend to sell any into the shareholders meeting at all. It would be extremely risky. That's what everyone's been doing. For the most part, that can. Everyone's been selling covered calls for the last several days. CCs do let you preserve tax advantage, but in the money CSP that gets assigned also has the same effect, right? You still buy the shares, you just collect a premium while buying them. Even fucking Warren Buffett uses cash secured puts to buy calls, regardless of what he says about the evils of derivatives, or cash secured puts to buy shares. What's an iron condor? I saw that on my options pull down menu. It's a multi-leg strategy that profits off of the stock trading within a specific range. So say, you sold an iron condor on GameStop, you'd be profiting off of the stock trading between 128 and 150, right? And you would collect a premium from selling an in the money put out here. And that you use that to hedge the in the money put. And essentially, as long as the price stays within this range for the duration of the contract, you will collect whatever premium is left over after the hedge is purchased. Do you think the cycle will continue after the split? I think as long as liquidity remains dry, then yeah, it could. As long as there's money to make, right? But in the more highly liquid environment of a post split, I think it'll be harder to sustain the cycle. So if we see them, they'll be less dramatic, or they will cease if the positions are squeezed out pre-split. CCs are bought weekly or monthly. I mean, you can sell them either one. If you have 100 shares of the SPY, you can sell fucking covered calls every day. Is the SPY gonna make me back my fucking money or what? About 5 of these goddamn 0 DTEs. Just does not want to break 420 again. So I'm gonna fucking stop on these. Fucking market price is 201. have that fucking. There is no merch store. Thanks, Sammy. How do you actively manage elite positions? I mean, if they're making you money, you kind of let them run, usually. So, I mean, you're hoping that the price of the stock rises, right? And that you don't get assigned on the $20 puts. Right now, at $15 a share, it's not something you're particularly concerned with, I'd imagine. Come on, fucking break out. You know you want to. Was YOLOing in at 180 dumb? Sure, but you can fix that. Fuck yes. What? No, I'm up. I'm up like 30%, Smocks. In. Thank you, Brett Mad Dan. Anonymous AO. What's up, dude? Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely, Stefan. Because if they don't recall shares, they need ETF liquidity, which means they need to drive the price up once, right? Then they need to drop the price, set a hedge, and drive it up again in T plus 6 plus 35 plus 3 days when they cover those FTDs, or when the ETF covers those FTDs and they cash settle out. Of course, I mean, there's a lot of money to be made off of it, but less if you don't understand it for what it is. Shift is fine, but it's hard to tell if it's being bought or sold. You'll never truly know if they're being bought or sold unless you're the MM, right? So the best thing you can do is come to conclusions based on the data that you have and hope they're right. The best option scanner would be like CBOE Direct or CBOE Live or whatever the fuck it's called. And it's not available to retail traders. Yeah, I have August options. I'm probably gonna buy more today also, because it's really cheap right now, and I can get like sub $20 contracts for fucking nothing. I'm looking to buy grape jelly, bagels, and decorative wooden mailboxes. Is this the place? Dude, why are my fucking spy calls not updating? Sorry, just moving my stops. Hey, pay back my losses on Tesla. I saw a Goog hit what looked like a reverse head and shoulders this morning. Was that wrong because after hours is the original price decline? I wouldn't read too much into the technical pattern right around earnings because there's just a lot of volatility. So if we see GME price running hard before the split, then how do we know it's not stock split FOMO and in fact short hedge funds running the GME price? I mean, you won't, right? TDA has no GME options for August. Did they take it away? I don't think so. They might not put them out until after May 20th or approaching May 20th. Oh, fuck. It's going to do it. Why do you think SST keeps getting rejected at 14 over and over? I have no idea. It's almost like the market makers have locked the fucking price, and they're just not letting it move. Wait, you're getting into GME options right now? No. I have SPY calls right now. I'm definitely not buying GME options right now. Dude, is the SPY just gonna rocket? What's with the fucking lag in the price in the options chain? I have it on both brokerages. It's like just way behind in updating prices. Yeah, buy calls, Stefan. And then, if it continues to rocket past previous resistances, 200, 225, 250, 300, 350, then, something else is afoot, right? Use calls to capture movement on the underlying if you don't intend to sell the underlying. Bro, you've always been a G, but just wanted to know my respect levels for you at all-time high. Thanks for keeping it real and truthful. This is how we grow. This is actually how we progress as traders. Thanks, man. Why not GME options now? Because, I mean, the stock's really not going anywhere. We might have a little bounce, like, if you want to try to be part of that, but I'd be careful. And I don't think it'll go higher than 140 if we're lucky. 136 is more likely. Oh, this is fucking awesome. Yay. Sometimes you buy a large number of 0 DTEs on the SPY and it does exactly what you want it to do. Kenny's manually running shares from New Jersey over to the New York City floor. All right, that looks like a fail. Just about every stock have bullish divergence on the 4-hour RSI, SPY, GME. Yeah. Everything's kind of turning around a little bit right now. Visa printing for an upside move. It doesn't look bad. I mean, I think Visa's going to move back above 220 again, if that's your question. I already bought more 220s. I still have my 210s that I bought like a couple days ago. For anybody that got into Home Depot 305s this morning, you're looking pretty good too. I know IBKR has, and Tastyworks, I think, have brokerages for international customers that want to use options. The bull market is back, baby. I don't know about that. Yep. Those were some fun 0 DTEs, though. Where would you say your confidence level is on rig calls? I mean, it's kind of just like a fun play. I think they could see some value in, the next couple weeks, but maybe not. Should I keep holding them? I don't know. I should probably buy a further out position. I think it's a good, like, long-term buy and hold, but I don't know about near-term options until the oil market, like, oil starts to correct as we approach summer and move up. In and out just like that. Yeah, look, I've fucking made 90% gains. Happy. I don't feel sad that I sold my SPY calls. I didn't miss MOASS. If it bounces here on resistance and goes up to 125, I don't give a shit. I missed the stream this morning. Did you discuss Bill Huang and swaps abuse? I mean, I've discussed swaps abuse for fucking 6 months. I haven't discussed Bill Huang. Or Wang? I don't know what's his name. I presume it's just Wang. Is it Huang or Wang? I don't know if you pronounce the huh part. Is the H silent? I can't even say that. That can only be typed. The H is not silent. Okay. Uh, it's like Texas what? Yeah. Oh, God. I don't miss being in Texas ever. No offense to you Texans. But why? Why is there anything there but cattle and oil? What? Tell you what. I missed that show. Is he doing another one? Aren't they supposed to be like rebooting King of the Hill? Why do they say rough in New York? Because they can't pronounce roof. Of course, somebody busts out to mention how Texas has the second largest wine country in the US. Second place is the first loser, all right? $400 with 5% monthly compounding interest is just under 720 after a year. Wait, no, you're doing it wrong, Carl. You did the. It's $400 a week compounded. So if they're selling or $200 a week. Well, okay, so you're taking off taxes. But they get it's not just $400 once, it's every month. That can't be right. So post-tax $400, right? And then reinvesting that $400. Oh, you're just talking about the growth on each monthly sale of CCs. $135 CC safe? No, a little risky. Cat's getting a little spicy pre-earnings. Baba's making a comeback. You want something that's lagging the market a little bit. This is interesting. This is like over short positions like AMD, BABA, GME, all kind of lagging behind the overall market. They're all still, you know, and part of that's volume, but they're all still like back here. But maybe everything sees a little bit of improvement today. I'd love for GameStop to close at 132 today and confirm our bounce. How many shots of espresso do you consume per day on average? 4. Is there any tool you know that can calculate cost basis, including premiums with an export from Fidelity? No. Just gotta do it. Get a calculator, man. Get one of the ones that prints and one of the little green visors and fucking balance your accounts. Do you still have your Sherman-Williams calls? I don't actually know. I don't have that broker. I didn't stop out of them, so. Yep. I don't think I did, at least. Now I'm gonna panic. I hope I didn't. No, I've got a pretty wide stop on him. Although it hasn't updated since last night. Or well, market close yesterday. Oh, these are the Why is it not pulling up the fucking charts for these? Gotta... 1 second, guys. How dare you talk to these poors into a strategy that will lead to garnished wages to make up for the taxes they will owe but lose, following you into the zero DTE spy calls? What the fuck are you talking about? If you make $800 and you have to pay capital gains tax on it, you still have money afterwards. Taxes, I mean, I know the US is getting there, but taxes aren't at 100% yet. What are you whining about, Moon? I answered your fucking question. Are you gonna YOLO any capital into Facebook puts overnight? While I hate Facebook with a passion, I don't know how much more it's gonna drop. Whop. I tried espresso once. It makes me so jittery. It has less caffeine in it than a cup of coffee does per shot. Is it worth doing anything with Netflix since it's sub 195 now? I don't know. It just keeps dropping. How did you identify the consolidation area to set your stops on Sure. Oh, I just I just set it below the price. So my stop's like right around here roughly at like 280. If it keeps going up, it'll follow, right? So it's currently on an uptrend. If it continues this, my stop will follow up with the price action. But I'm probably pretty ready to get out of this. It's starting to approach quite a lot of resistance here around like 287. I don't think it's going back to 350. Ooh. That's interesting. Qualcomm's up 2% today. Someone's bullish on their fucking earnings. I think I should exit my Google puts soon. Maybe I should have exited them already. Yeah, this is turning around. The question is, do I just roll my CSP down to like 23? Or do I just buy the fucking shares? It's cheap. Ah, it's so much money. I know it's a joke. Let me know if you need help selling CCs at the bottom and CSPs at the top. What the fuck is Shoe Carnival? Where do you dig this crap up, Third? Stop shipping me stocks that are dying. It looks good for a $1 reversal soon. I don't know if it's going to do a lot more than that. Just buy 5 shares. I'm pretty bullish on Intel right now, but I don't want to buy it. I don't know. I think the turnaround's too long to buy in now. And then also, like, I guess if you want to fucking hold it forever. But I'm not super confident that just the news of them moving into manufacturing or more manufacturing is going to improve the price of the stock that much. And I think the market can dip more and there's cheaper entries to be had. $500 per week, per CC per week, 48 weeks a year, average GME price of 160. Assume we'll never get a sign because we're awesome. Don't care to account for taxes. If we have 100 shares of GME, after 1 month, we've made $2,000. After 8 months, we've made $16,000 per CC. This is enough to outright buy 100 more shares. After 8 months, max 100 shares of GME can generate 100 more shares of GME. If we have 1,000 shares of GME, after 1 month, we've made 20K. After 6 months, we've made 120K. After a year, 240K. People need to be selling CCs on the cycle. This is all just from selling CCs, not from making money elsewhere. Thank you so much, Carl. Resident moderator, financial wizard. If I join Piccolo Finance, is it followed with an immediate ban from Super Stonk? Only if you talk about it. Do you see price improvement with Tesla in the near future? I have one Tesla May 2900C left. Wondering if I should let it ride. It's kind of fucking choppy. I don't know. I mean, I think Tesla will go back up to 1,000 because it's gonna split, but it's gonna take a little while for it to push up into this back up above this like 930, 730. So maybe like a few more tests of this resistance. Tesla sometimes just steamrolls right through, but not always. And this is really a bear flag, right? So I figure if it can, maybe a test of 937 towards the end of this week, and then a failure. And then you'd be looking for a higher low for stabilization. But you have some time, so it might not be the worst. To get that for next Friday, you're selling a 135. I mean, that's fair, but I mean, my original calculation wasn't to make 500 a week on selling a covered call, right? Like 200, which would be like a 133 for the day after tomorrow. Actually, like 134 for the day after tomorrow. I mean, you have to take more risk because you have less money, right, and less shares. If you're a smaller shareholder, if you're a bigger shareholder, you have more leverage and you can sell further out, much safer contracts, or you can sell them on the peak and then rely on your analysis that the price will drop. But the worst eventuality of a covered call, right, is like say you sold 132.50s, which are kind of high risk, right? Especially right now trading at 128. And the stock hit 133 Friday. Monday, the stock is gonna probably open right around that price. And maybe even dip a little, right? And so you'd have to buy your shares back. The issue with that is it fucks up your long-term capital gains. You can also just roll it, like if it's gonna close at 133 on Friday, you can just roll it out to like 145 for the following week. You don't ever have to be assigned on a covered call unless you want to be, or you can't afford to buy it back. These are the only two situations. Yeah, 250K a year, not. You can just be brokerage poor and do all this in your IRAs, so taxes aren't real. Fair. You want to be old when you get money. That's my only problem with IRAs is like I don't really think I'll live that long. And if I do, like, yeah, am I gonna want to do things anymore? Probably not. I already don't want to do things. It's not getting better. What's the alternative to making money without cover calls? International investor here. I don't know. I'm sure you guys have some sort of derivative. Do you have no derivatives in your country? Just fake your own death. No, things got too bullish there for a second. God damn, this nut mix is on fire today. Oh, Facebook sold off hard. It looks like it's down $1. Oh, more. Something leak? Oh, shit. They're not even waiting for earnings? Or are they just trying to spike IV? Interesting. I don't know if that was just Facebook or everything. Yeah, it looks just like everything. And Facebook the hardest, but bottom on Facebook with ouchie bad earnings. Hmm. 150? 137? Facebook Meta lawsuit news? What lawsuit? Mesocarp placenta smoothie. Keep your dollar. I'll make the guess for the thrill. I think you can smoke bologna. Pelosi closing out her weeklies. What websites or news sources do you check for news? Like Seeking Alpha, New York Times, Bloomberg, Dow Jones News, all of them. Try to piece together your own picture because they all have their own interests, but I was selling 220s like, whoa. I've gone all blurry. Blurst Gurk. Oh, I like this. I'm trying to censor me. You just hide all your money offshore, Bipolar Bear. Keep investing in your shell company. Well, that sounds like I have a shitty accountant then, Bipolar Bear. Which I would believe. Streaming Pokemon Snap later? What's that? Hold on. Do I not have water in here? I need to go get a water. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Didn't miss anything, right? Jesus, is the water shut off at BlackRock today? Did you have to go across the street? Well, no, I got some like food and a drink and I walked around a little bit. Pi-Fi doing his best to eliminate viewership to only the diehard. Yeah, we got rid of about 200 people. It's not bad. It's a start. I'll be sure to make sure that everyone knows exactly where I'm going next time. I'm so sorry. Sending triangle or channel on Google on the 1 minute. This is actually like a bear pennant that broke down or broke up. So you had, and if you're really talking on the small time frame here, if you're backing out a little bit, then this whole thing's kind of an ascending triangle from the bounce in after hours. See these similar resistances, higher lows. Hey, that's still crap. Ooh, deer looks like it's gonna rip. Huh. Listen, the most important, this is financial advice, and I'm only going to give it once. The most important thing that you can do as a trader is ensure that you take lots of insoluble fiber and only poop once every 2 days. If you don't internalize enough shit, you can't trade well. End of story. And there goes the last 800 viewers. Yes. Thoughts on Facebook earnings already leaked? I don't think so. Someone probably just took a massive put position and it got hedged. And it looks like they took a massive put position everywhere. Just Facebook the most. Remember to like the stream. Can't get rid of me that easy. My goal is to troll you until the very end. We're gonna be doing this for a few years, Gaff. You better hope MOASS happens. Is playing a split a good investment right after the split? If so, what is the best strategy? Like in the case with Amazon or Google, it's generally better to be in the stock pre-split, right? So big, highly desirable stocks like Amazon and Google, if when they go to split, are likely going to see a run into the split. With market conditions the way they are, it may not be too dramatic, but it will likely see some price action into the split, because after the split, when those stocks are, trading at a 20th of their current value, or 5%, you're going to see a lot of new buyers who are very interested in getting into the stock at these lower prices. And that generally drives the price of the stock up. And because a split is an equivalency, it's the same as it going up before the split, right? So usually IV will spike here and then again here post split. Not all splits react that way, but I'd imagine ones on Google and Amazon will. Bloomberg leaked and retracted Facebook earnings, except they were last quarter's numbers. That's fucking shady. Why is my neighbor in his yard with a screwdriver stabbing the sod? Aerating? I don't know. Maybe he's fucking nuts. Fucking neighbors, right? Does it make you curious? Shorts don't seem scared. No. I mean, they seem a little scared of shorting, which I don't particularly like in terms of how that plays out for the next cycle, because those obligations are what drive our price action, right? But they are still doing it. It's just to a lesser degree right now. I feel like once they get the borrow rate, if they get the borrow rate back to sub 1%, then they will continue to compound positions because it's worth it. I get a notarized letter saying BBBY $80 by end of day. I need to show my wife. I mean, you could probably just write one and go get it notarized. Less shorting because split looming. Less shorting because it's expensive to do it. You're not the same like DFE, man. Nice try. Pop CERN trader. Hey, Gork, I just finished reading my lawn with a screwdriver and turned the stream on. Did I miss anything? No, not really, Bob. Do you want me to just call you Bob? Or do you want me to call you Bob? Tell me like I'm 3. Wouldn't they start covering with fear of this dividend coming if they're on the hook? No. Institutions taking risk off the table? Never. I want recognition is all. I'm not giving you any recognition for paper handing your fucking GameStop and selling CCs like a petulant child. Less shorting, so sub 100 less likely. I mean, if we have FTDs and active funds are selling off because the market's tanking, we can still drop. And they're still shorting, just less, right? So it's less concentrated. But they can short just as much in a less concentrated way over a longer period of time, right? If they're going to push this shit out to June, they've got quite a while. What does it take to get Gherk to talk to me the same way he talks to Moonwind? I don't think you want to go down that road. Unless you want to move to Colorado. And steal my chair. I once needed recognition as well. Then you posted a clip saying you fully agree with me. That's not what I said. I said I mostly agree with you. I heard Trash Dan paper-handed his GME and bought more AMC. I don't think so, Sir President Hot Body Joe OBE. Could they short less now in anticipation of a stock dividend fucking them? Like not wasting money knowing a recall is looming. Time for Moonwind interview? No, definitely not. Not the Moonwind interview. They could short less now in anticipation of the stock split coming. But if they're super short, they would want the price as low as possible before covering, right? You can't take it back now. I'm not taking it back. When it's a split, and what will the price be immediately following it? If only I knew. I'd be so much richer. Does it really matter if retail owns, let's say, 30% or 150%? They still have as much power to drive the price their way, right? Yeah, which is none. Retail's mostly tapped out. We have almost no effect on the price of the stock except through derivatives. And since derivatives are not actual ownership, then yeah, it doesn't matter how much people own in order to influence the price. What people owning the stock does is create volatility, which incentivizes short volatility funds to continue shorting and letting the stock explode over and over and over again. There's resistance right where it's trading right now. Apathos. There's also a possibility of it dropping to like its multi-year low down at like 1250. I don't know if we'll see that. It's a bit of a stretch without like another serious downturn in the market. Which isn't, I wouldn't say fully recovering today, but it's stabilizing at 420, which is a good sign. Do you think Facebook earnings thing is a trap and holding puts overnight is a bad idea? I think playing earnings is a bad idea and a trap. Another thought, I think they're using the market downtrend to return shares. IBKR with 300,000 available this morning. Borrow rate dropped another point. I think we'll continue to see them bleed that borrow rate back down into the next, probably all the way into the next OPEX. And I think as long as that borrow rate is kind of elevated, we're not going to see a massive degree of shorting, which kind of puts us in a similar situation that we saw moving from March to April, well, March to May of last year, where, you know, that borrow rate was in fact elevated and started to come down as they returned shares moving into, you know, May OPEX. What's your opinion on the tokenization of stocks and companies moving to a blockchain-based market? I don't think it'll ever happen. I don't think anybody in the market wants an illiquid market. I don't think anybody wants their stock to trade in, you know, a small market with no participants, where valuation is going to be hard to realize and there's no fucking liquidity because everything's tokenized. So literally the entire financial system would be against it. And those that are establishment are never going to agree with anti-establishment. And the establishment people far outweigh the anti-establishment people. Pookie Maker, thank you so much, man. So, never? Sure, but what about the crime? No one gives a shit. Do you still think AMD has any more room to the downside? There's not a lot, right? Also, serious question for anybody that can answer it. How the fuck did you guys end up in AMD? What was it? I was like, oh, AMD's under 100, and like, but I'm already long AMD. It wasn't a pickles pick. I didn't talk about, I was like, ooh, AMD is gonna rip. Nothing. And for some reason, everyone's in on it. Everyone's like, my fucking AMD weeklies. Like, I know when it's like I've expressed interest in something to a great degree, and people are like following that stock. Okay, sure, but like, what the fuck did this come from? I mean, it is a steal under 100, but that's not like bi-weeklies. I have a Ryzen CPU. I mean, when you said cheap, we all heard bounce. They're not the same words. I mean, wheeling it's great right now because the price is tanking. So, whatever. So there's support in this range. 87 to 85 is decent. Below that is 76, which I don't know how likely that'll be. They always short the shit out of AMD before earnings. If you look at their last earnings, you know, they shorted from a high of like 136 all the way down to 99. And then, it ripped back to like 133. This isn't uncommon. it's super overweight and worth like at least 150 a share. Even on the bearish end, 130 a share. Yeah, I just that's really all I don't understand, Trash, is like the short-term appeal. Now do the thing on the other stock we weren't supposed to get into, Docu. It hasn't broken back above 85, and I'm not really interested in it until it hits like 92. I don't like this zone. There's not a lot of historic support. It'll probably hurt EPS, but that should be factored in. Just linked my DD about swap sutures and dupes to the repost of Crean's DD that I wrote 7 months prior. Wait, did you notify Crean though? Like, you should send him a link too. The Honorable Lordship, Reverend Hotbody Trash Dan. How much time do you like to give yourself in playing AMD and CAT? And how would you weight getting in now with elevated IV versus possibly higher price after earnings are out? I mean, it depends on if you're buying stock or, well, obviously you're interested in buying calls. I mean, getting $100 calls when the stock is trading sub 90 is better than getting $100 calls when the stock is trading over 100, regardless of the IV. And IV's not that crazy. Just don't buy fucking weeklies. If you buy calls further out, the IV crush is minimized. But I usually give myself like 30, 45, or 90 days, depending on what specific thing I'm playing. A low like this, I would give myself some time because I want time in case the price swings lower to average down. And then, you know, when it moves back up, then I have a larger position. What's the name of the volume at price overlay? Oh, it's called shit, where is it? Fixed ranged volume profile. Five tens, same like scratch offs. Generally. When they short before earnings, does it usually start bouncing before earnings or after? After? Loaded to the gills on July 100s. Great buy does not mean options YOLO. You know how some people with doctorates are really picky about making people call them doctor? Is that part of the appeal of completing your master's? No, there is no appeal. I just don't want to have paid for it and then not use it. And they won't refund my money. I've tried. What's the if you can trade this, you can trade it all stock? Tesla or the SPY, probably. Wing cap back to the 230 range, or is that possible with the market trend? I mean, if the market keeps going down, it's possible as well. The biggest issue with this dip is we saw money get pulled from everywhere. Nobody was leaving any money on the table. And it's going to come back slowly. It doesn't get you a doctorate. Master Gerg. Trash, if you want to call me Master Gerg, my education has nothing to do with that. At what point do you consider the market topped out? What do you mean? There is no top. Stocks go up. Here's the fun thing about bounces. They don't always happen. It'll still be strange if you do it in public. It's not like you can call me Master Gherk in public and then I can be like, no. It's because I have a master's degree. That's too much to explain every single time. God damn it. Don't do that. I have a master's. That should say a lot to everyone here. Why is AMD down? I mean, it's not. It's up 1%. I faked it till I made it. Can I do that with stocks? It's called paper trading. Poll? Make another one, Pop CERN Trader. What, 150 puts for Facebook a bad play? Probably, because you don't know what direction it's going to go. Because it's earnings. There's some bias against those of us with associate degrees in this poll. I'm sorry. There wasn't a fifth option for Wendy's management training program. I have 3 shares of Facebook. I worry more about 5% down day there than a 9% down day on GME, where I have hundreds of shares. That's odd. It's probably because of your confidence in the investment. You expect GameStop to be volatile, but you don't expect your shares of Facebook to be volatile. 150s for GME safe for next week? I hope so. I sold some, so. And multiple BS degrees. I didn't take 3 years of underwater basket weaving for nothing. Statistically, this channel should have a higher weight of like bachelors and above, right? I'm sorry, Honorable Lordship, Reverend Hot Body Trash Dan. You mind explaining why TSM went down after solid earnings? Do you think it has any upside in the next 3 months? Its earnings were okay, and the market tanked. Master Bachelors at Wendy's Supply Chain. I know, trash. Slabs. No one gives a shit about slabs. Cashier trainee, same as burger flipper. Flicker. um, I mean, it's a team, right, Gaff? So you got to be prepared to do whatever you need to do to keep the team going. I love how they teach you try to teach you teamwork through high school sports, and then try to get you to work at shitty jobs where you're part of a team. If you're any good at anything, you're not going to work well with other people. I still hate the chair. I didn't see an option for Pickles School of Stock graduate. The graduating class hasn't happened yet. School sports tries to teach you teamwork, but what they need to teach you is backstabbing, because that's how you get ahead. Well, that's where the psychopaths in high school excel. That's fair, Grizz. But there's a difference between being a team player when you're at the top, when you're captain, and being team player when you're part of the team. It's almost like public education was specifically created to train the children of a capitalist society to be indoctrinated drone bees from an early age. Huh. Hot take. Why would you tell me that, Average Joe? Childhood education put too much emphasis on quicksand and penguins. Just don't answer, Dungston. That's probably the best way. Is quicksand FUD? No. It's very real. You should be afraid of it. If you fall into it, you should have doubt. And you should at least feel uncertain. Okay. Bachelor's, master's, or PhD? Something about GME 150 next week? Before downside again? No. I think we're bouncing a little bit. Stabilizing at least. If we do see some upside, maybe 140-ish. We fell too far to bounce back to 150, I think. If we held at 132, maybe. Where's the TFT stream? I don't know. I've been busy. I don't know. I think college education is only worth what you make of it. I think there's too much of an assumption that you go to college and that will make you wealthy or successful, and that's just not true. So if you're going to college for that reason, uh, I mean, sure, you can get into professions and you'll have, some degree of job security, but with a bachelor's outside of like engineering or programming, not much. I mean, you could just as likely end up working at a Starbucks. So, it's really what you do with it, not. And so I guess if that cost is worth it. Would you buy 1,000 AMD at current price? US dollar 1,000 AMD? I bought some. I already own a lot at a much cheaper price, so probably not. School of Hard Knocks is always an option. Some people just don't even need it. Some people have the perseverance to educate themselves. I have a finance accounting undergrad with an MBA postgrad, and while it helps analyze financial statements, it does little in the way of understanding market manipulation or controlling emotions. Yeah, I mean, they don't really teach you to be a trader when you go to school for finance. But I bet you could build a hell of a portfolio. Very risk averse. Stable 2% returns forever. Huh? What kind of job can I get with a doctorate, a dual master's in gender studies and arts? Go work for a social media company. You realize you haven't updated the Reddit post at all today? I know, because the stock price is still trading within a $1 range of where it opened. We tested 132. We came back down to 125. And now we're just back in the middle again. It's not been exciting. So if May 11th goes how I anticipate it will, can you do a series on how to rebuild a port from 5K to $1 million? I would never attempt to manage a Wendy's. Bezos started Amazon with like 300K from his parents. I wish my parents had $300,000 to give me. That would have been cool. That and the full backing of Goldman Sachs, but, you know, in his garage. So just post GME now, same like open. should read Options is a Strategic Investment, Roberto. I'll give you 300K for mod. Prove it. I'll moderate you if you give me $300,000. Done. I don't give a shit. That's more than the fucking YouTube makes in like 4 years. Don't take his house money. Bezos' story doesn't really make sense. He put up his own money also. I mean, he really did start Amazon in his garage with books, you know. Say what you want, but you know, even if his initial investment was like 500 grand, his return on that investment is fucking insane. Now he gets to shoot himself into space in little blue dicks. I could turn 300K into 300 overnight. Well, you can give me 300,000 British pounds, also, Spider. I would take that. Or euros. That's, yeah. That's fair, toilet wine. Like I said, some people don't need the degree. Because at the end of the day, all a degree really tells anybody is this person knows the things they say they know to a degree of, you know, well, to the extent that the college needed them to know it. What kind of Ben and Jerry's is your favorite? I don't really eat a lot of Ben and Jerry's ice cream. I don't know what the names of them are. If MOASS happens before the ex-dividend date, it makes sense to sell during MOASS and then try to buy back shares to be part of the divvy, right? I think if MOASS happens, it makes sense to sell during MOASS. I can agree with that logic. If GameStop goes to $100,000 a share and then back to 400, it's still not a $400 a share company. I wouldn't mod. I wouldn't mod even if you gave me 300K. You can try and prove it if you like. Interesting, Valerie. I use short-term memory and blatant cheating off others to finish my pre-med degree. Who's ready for surgery? I didn't see your super chat. Oh, happy belated stream anniversary. Thanks, Costellosaurus. Should be 12 months, but I forgot to update my form payment. No worries. Kind of like when you forgot to pay your electric bill. Anyway, thanks for helping me lose less money and sometimes making some. You got it, man. Thank you so much. The best part about that is you can run it back next month and pretend like it's 12 months all over again. I graduated college in 2014. Now I'm leading the most powerful hive mind the world has ever known. You're not leading it. Hold on, Dan Almighty. You are not the OG Dan. Whoa, whoa, take a step back. Dan Elder, sure. Co-manage. Maybe. Fucking Dan elitism. Would you rather give Guy Fieri a French kiss to Flavortown or shave Adam Aaron's entire body? I can't wait to miss you. Thank you so much, Girk's publicist. Are you saying post MOASS it's more or less than a $400 a share company? Right now, way less. GameStop isn't currently worth $400 a share. Not on paper. You might think it's worth more than $400 a share, but no one fucking agrees. No, I'm not making any earnings plays. Do you think Facebook is crashing even more? There's not that much more room for it to crash. Don't forget that they still have just $50 billion in cash. Short squeezes are not about the valuation of the company. It is about the valuation of the company becoming detached. Right now, we're very attached to the valuation of the company. 130 cc's to make myself feel alive. Ballsy. There's a shocking number of people who voted PhD. And it looks like it did, yeah. Yeah, but none of the systems are in place that would generate that future cash flow. So you're speculating future cash flow on speculative systems that haven't been built or fleshed out yet. So no, there is no valuation model for GameStop at 400 right now. Not that's accurate. It's assumptive, sure. That's the problem is nobody's gonna make bets on GameStop being a $400 company when they haven't announced anything that would make them a $400 company yet. Like everyone just gets caught up in the circle jerk of information on Superstonk and assumes that all of these things are happening, but they haven't even started the leases on some of their warehouses yet. This shit takes time. There's no NFT marketplace yet. They're building it, sure, but no one knows what the fuck it is or what it's gonna do. No one knows shit about it. So, like, big money is not gonna come in and go, "Oh, this is gonna, start generating $1 billion fucking dollars a year," until there's something there, right? NFT dividends don't need warehouses. They need the obligations warehouse. Yeah, but Tesla has assets. GameStop doesn't really have any assets. Carvana halted up. That is interesting. I wonder how Hertz is doing. Nope. God damn it. What is their fucking ticker? I think an accurate valuation of BBBY is slightly above $20 right now. Like 22, 23 a share. If they get rid of their debt, a lot more. HTZ. Thank you. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Huh. Something must be wrong. I wonder what ETF it is. Turd, are you around? Just got my voting info voted. Super Donked is gonna, Duper Donked is gonna melt down when they figure out they can't attend the shareholder meeting in person this year. Only virtual attendance allowed. Keep kicking out that awesome infotainment, Mr. Gurk. I mean, yeah, I think they don't want another fucking hillbilly. What's that called when people go to like tailgating event at their shareholders meeting? Book recommendations for new investors. It's on the subreddit in the wiki. Nanny. They just tried to stop the breakout. Remember, they're trying to cover FTDs without increasing the price. We've been through this. How many hundreds of days of this have we been through? Right? Does this not look familiar to you guys? It's not your first day here, Brad. Where's crime? Sorry. What are the odds we close under 15H? What? Gaff will be here. We said CNS. It's only a matter of time. Crimea has Russians on it. Just shake them off. Doesn't that just kick the can? They're creating future FTDs while covering previous FTDs. No, it gets rid of the FTDs. Gone. High volume days, those and options that go in the money, those create FTDs. This is the process of getting rid of them, so they can do it all over again. And they're getting rid of them at a lower price. Arbitrage. See? Look at this. Reg Show Time Machine. It's a beautiful thing. CNS and short concept done on BBBY as well? Yes. Weighing in there. Which means dark pool volume should be up today. Let's check that. Up. Dark pool volume at 57.5%. So they're driving up that dark pool volume, which means tomorrow we got to get our dicks out. And if you guys think this is something that just started or it's because of retail, it's not. You can look at the trend of our dicks over the last couple of years. Or the angle of our dangle, if you will. You know, this is something that's essentially happened every T plus 2 days for ever. It's just more volatile now, so that's why you see it than it was, you know, pre-January. No, dicks up. So you have that moving average, right? On the dicks chart. When dark pool volume is high, right? This means larger amounts of internalization. So internalizing, you know, here, layman's terms, right? I always forget. So here's our moving average, right? And then, you know, when they internalize more dicks, then, you know, this dark pool utilization, Dick's utilization goes up. And then when they expel or unboof those dicks, price goes up, utilization goes down. The harder and faster they internalize dicks, the harder and faster those dicks are unboofed. And that means the harder and faster our price goes up. Because we all like dicks. You won't clip that, will you? Probably not. That feeling when when your girl asks you what the stream you're watching is about, and you tell her it's about dicks boofing and giving handies behind the Wendy's dumpster, and you understand why your wife has a boyfriend. Fair. Thoughts on BBBY price action? It doesn't look great. It's very cheap, Herva. Cheap BBBY. Can I get 3 in there? Just. I need to find a better way of saying this company's name. Can't call it Beyond because of the meats. Oh, no, they're internalizing today, too. They can internalize for a few days before they, you know, before they fart it all back out. So yes, this is a good example of Wyckoff and accumulation. Going back here to 2016. Remember, this is also when Melvin started their short on GameStop. And they also shorted BBBY as well. But very, very similar, right? We see the same declining trend in both stocks through that period of time. And one could argue that this is kind of in like phase C. If 200 end of day, will you get another perm? No. I have cover calls. I'm perfectly okay with it closing around 130. Here's what I don't get is they love Dr. T. She doesn't really like them. But they don't understand CNS, which she talks about extensively. I mean, she compared them to the short sellers of the stock they love. They love to interpret certain things she says. Yeah. CNS is the least complicated thing in the world. It's literally a two-piece puzzle. You're like, I have this like shitty like half a trade. What am I gonna do? And then CNS is like, here's the other half of the trade. And then the trade is happy. I'm gonna write a children's book called Have You Seen My CNS? I don't think it's gonna sell well. Or stop playing with your CNS. There's no way that can go poorly. Hands off my CNS. Oh, we can make it like a stranger cautionary tale. If you mouse my CNS. Just say no to CNS. Don't ever get no shills, van. Jesus Christ. Okay, guys, you're gonna get me just a flood of Cenis-based stream cards. Meetings are done. I can finally see my second favorite Persian. Wait, who's the first? That's all I can ask for, Trash. Technical analysis of the Cenis by John Murphy. It's too bad Gaff is missing this. He would be just in heaven right now. Cenis doesn't run the stock. I would say that fails across the market are so extensive that a huge amount of price action is influenced by CNS every day. I mean, it facilitates the settlement of millions and millions of trades every day, tens of millions of trades. Nothing is real. Everything is synthetic. Have you seen Gaff's Cenis? No. He keeps it private. He's not one to run around flaunting his Cenis. But he'll show you his lamb balls. Did you know before GME how synthetic it was? I mean, yeah, I knew there was a lot of synthetic liquidity, but I didn't realize how pervasive it was through ETFs. I mean, most people don't know fuck all about ETFs. There's people that teach college courses about ETFs that really don't seem to understand them very well. There's some that do, but yeah, I mean, they're a complex investment vehicle, to say the least. You got to take Joey. You got to take the authors' names out. Just slap a Pi-Fi logo over it. Thoughts on cat ouchies? It's just like jockeying for position before earnings. Everything went ouchie right now. No one wants to carry positions overnight because they're afraid. My life is synthetic. Add the blog post. Shockingly simple math behind early retirement. Interesting. I'll have to read it first before I add it to my list. Beautiful. So guys, I know we already published one book today, but we have one more. Again, available in the Pi-Fi merch shop. For the low cost of one failure to deliver. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna release small self-published books. And fuck School of Stock. No more videos. I'm just gonna release hardcover self-published books in a merchandise shop. Handwrite each one. I know a publisher for you. From the author of If You Give a Pigeon Whale a Bottle of Wine. At least we're having fun today. See, once I got all the shills out this morning with my rant, now we can have fun. It's almost like the world's better without them. Was the rant not part of the fun? I mean, well, a little bit. Did you really get rid of them though? We dropped to 800. Now we're at 11. It's almost like they just left and came back with friends. That goddamn logic. You changed, man. You used to be about pickles, and now you're about CNES. Unsubscribed. I mean, to be fair, there's always been a lot of CNES symbolism in this stream. Damn. Somehow AMD red on the day again. Cat's recovering a little bit. Ooh, Visa's coming down. Man, yeah, nobody wants to hold shit overnight. Too many big earnings this week. I knew an SS cultist IRL. It's sad. Can't even talk to him anymore. At least you know. Before Sinus, wasn't it called internalization? I mean, it is part of the process is internalization, right? Because if they can't clear them through CNS, then they have to internalize. It's like a shitty Ouroboros. Kirk merch woke now. I've never played WoW in my life. Nobody has that much time. I got a job offer and I'm looking to see if it's competitive. Interesting. Backdoor maybe? Although I don't feel like that's an accurate source for information. I can finally bond my wife out of prison. Thanks for teaching me about covered calls. Are you sure you want to do that? Backdoor, glass door, same thing. Pigeon whales of Minecraft. Just did some quick TA on CNS, and they aren't looking that great. You're the worst not a cult, non-financial advisor I've ever tithed to. Ooh, Cenas ended. Thomas Petterfee on CNBC. We have to see that stock go to zero. Response to a question about GME. What was the question? Ugh. Cenas is turgid. Please don't judge me when I ask this. I have 3 AMC shares. I want to sell them for BBBY. However, if I sell now, I lose about $1,000. Should I wait for the next run up to break even, then switch, or now? Why don't you just sell covered calls at the price that you want to sell the stock at? And if you hit $1,000, you can get out in profits. You have 300 shares, you're down $1,000, so you're about what, $3? Let's say $4 below your cost basis right now. So you need to sell like 18. No, you need to sell 20s. So just sell 20s for like, Jesus, AMC fucking calls are just not worth anything. There you go. You could just sell $20 calls for Jan 2023. You'll get like fucking $1,300 that you can use right away. And then if AMC goes back above 20, boom. Shit, if you sell them for 2024, you might almost make money on them. So cost basis of like 19. If you sell it 20. Hold on, I want to fuck around with this. I'm gonna say your cost basis is 1950. So you spent $5,850. Roughly. Then you sell Jan 24. If the company goes out of business before Jan 24, you'll get your money back, by the way. Well, you won't. You won't be able to sell your shares. So that's a risk. Yeah. You'll get the money for the contracts. God, cover calls on AMC are not that great. 679 times 3. So you could get back 2037. If the price of the stock ever closes above like 21, you'll probably get called away, but you might not. It's kind of shit, honestly. like if I was in that position, I would probably just sell super high delta covered calls till I got called away and then eat whatever loss remained. The money CCs that offset the cost basis because AMC covered calls aren't worth anything. Even if he sold them at 5 cents, he's not even getting market value out of them at that point. They're barely getting market value. IWM cliff jump. Nice. Yeah, nobody wants to hold anything overnight. Well, if he loses money on it, it's not paying taxes on it. Thank you, Friendometer Full Bull. I didn't give you like an answer to anything though. I just dicked around with some numbers. None of those solutions seem to work. I mean, at the money, $16 calls for May 20th will get you like almost 600 of that $1,000 loss back. Right away. And then, you know, if they don't assign, you could do it again, and then you'd sell them for, you know, June, and then you'd be out with, you know, the $1,000 back in your pocket. But the problem with that, though, is if the price of the stock drops massively, you know, you've got to pull those contracts back and just sell it. Do you guys remember when AMC was at like $70? And I was like, wow, if I owned that stock, I would sell all of it right now. That's still true. That was like almost a year ago. I think buy and hold fucked AMC people even harder. Yeah, but I can't sell it, man. No, AMC under 70 is not a good buy. AMC under 0. No, thank you, Justin. That's very useful. Just in these negative prices. You gotta seller box it. Later, carbon based. You taught me how high volume with no price movement after a fast run up was indicative of a large position selling. I used that knowledge on a degenerate 2 DTE beyond play for 100% profit. Thank you. No problem, man. Awesome. Congrats. AMC's gold mine's worth at least 50 cents a share. There is no gold mine. They're speculators. If they were mining gold, the company wouldn't be worth $1. Did you sell any puts for BBBY? Yeah, I have some at 13, but I don't think they'll fill. Get Lauer tweet. Ah. Shit. We found that retail traders prefer cheaper weekly options. The average quote bid-ask spread for which is a whopping 12.3% and lose money on aggregate. The inflow of retail investors also coincides with the risk and call options left suboptimally unexercised. Oh, that's true. Market makers and other arbitrageurs exploit these mistakes via so-called dividend play trades, producing virtually riskless arbitrage profits. Puzzlingly, they forego 50% of these profits, leaving on the money on the table for options writers. Our findings suggest that arbitrageurs behave non-competitively and that the big three wholesalers who share in PFOF for options surpassed 85% seems to benefit disproportionately from the growth in retail trading. Stop buying weeklies. The problem with that is Superstock's going to interpret that tweet as meaning options bad. Because they're not going to read the whole thing or understand it. Beyond halted twice. After each halt, the price goes down. Is that halt giving shorts time to stop the rise? What? It's just consolidation. A little more than consolidation. There's no TA to be done on this. This is just volatile. It ran up. They slammed it. It's running up again. Yeah, I'll mention again that retail doesn't give a flying fuck about PFOF. The spread thing, you know, again, use Black-Scholes to price your options if you're buying a lot of them. You're already getting shot on in the Reddit thread about the tweet. People are fucking dumb. Me and my fucking options from the March run that 17x'd don't care what they have to say. Can you explain Black-Scholes? I'm not going to get into explaining it, no. You can look it up. Explanations of it. The simple answer is evaluation of options or derivative pricing. Nobody's done the math. People have done the math. The abstract there just basically says don't buy weeklies, exercise options if it's worth exercising, and selling options is fantastic. Do you need to know calculators? They have Black-Scholes calculators that you can use. You don't have to do the math every time. It's just a differential equation. And true Black-Scholes is, I think, only used to price like the standard Black-Scholes model is only used to price European options. Because it doesn't take into account the fact that American options can be exercised before their expiration. You think this is the floor for BBBY? It's a good resistance. Buying at the money weekliest for a stock that's trading down and flat is always throwing money away. DDS almost back to 300. Dude, I'm gonna start fucking day trading that stock. That shit is ridiculous. I'm not even kidding. I just don't want to have to hold it for 3 months while it chops. You like or dislike the exercise early of American options? I think mostly I would say I dislike it. I think we'd be better off with more like European style options. I think it gives short sellers and market makers far too many mechanics with which to obfuscate positions. And puts a lot of pressure on or well, creates a lot of incentive for market makers to manipulate price. We don't talk DDS options because they're super fucking illiquid. The bid-ask spreads are like $5. I love how people come from Superstock to our subreddit to spread their fucking dumbass views. Yeah, I know about Beyond Turd. Yeah. Would you say your final thoughts as of now on MOASS would be that a series of unlikely events are necessary for immediate upswings in price beyond $200? Not 200, but beyond 350. Thoughts on people that spam Yordle teams? They suck at the game. You should never lose to them. The cost to buy on AMC is ridiculously low because they have nothing but tons and tons and tons of shares available. If people DRS their SST shares, I mean, maybe. Do you have all your straddles bought for earnings? I'm not hedging cat. I'm just gonna keep my calls. I think that's the only stock that I have a position in that's having earnings tonight. I'm not playing Facebook at all. It's already at like low support. Wait for a spike in IV before. I don't know. I don't think that's actually worth it. Rims and Tims. Unless you're selling them like in the money, I don't think it's worth it. Even then, I don't think it's worth it. I've always denounced DRS. I don't care if people do it. I don't hate it. I'm not gonna chase it. Turd. It also kind of just looks like they're clearing out FTDs on a bunch of stocks, and we're seeing these weird run-ups all over the place. BBY last Friday. Rad. What was the other one? There was another one earlier today that started like just running out of control. But do you think Cohen was going to buy into BBBY and they weren't going to short and manipulate it? SST is just trading at $14 or like $13. It's not ripping anywhere. Veru? No, Veru actually had like legitimate, like fundamental news that it ran on. I don't know. I don't know their internal risk. Backhanded compliment. No one does. The longs could absolutely recall shares. That's why I said it's our best chance at a MOASS type situation occurring. As if there is a share recall. But they don't have to, and it does appear that the risk would be dangerous for them because of their shareholding in the ETFs, and that's where they're overlent, right? I think BBY would have a lot more profit potential if they focus less on the bed, bath, and more on the beyond. maybe the beyond is just an extremely large shareholding in Beyond Meat. We're about to get a fatty dividend. It's J Jow, not F Man. I thought most short obligations are in swaps. Yeah, but those obligations still have a counterparty risk. It doesn't, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? If there's a dividend, it fucks all those obligations up. Anywhere where GameStop shares exist, are borrowed, or are, promised, the dividend would, share split dividend would also exist. Let's not draw too many comparisons between Bye Bye Baby and Beyond Meat, all right? Orange County, California, bankrupt. That's not surprising. What movement? Why is RC doing this split? Well, if they're going to become a tech company, they want liquidity. B, they want to be able to give shares to new employees as the company grows. So having, open availability of shares is important. You can't join the S&P 500 with the liquidity we have now at all. So there's a lot of reasons for them doing it. They can offer more shares at market. getting more capital, especially if the stock runs. The Sherwin-Williams Weekly was bullshit. What are you talking about? BBY needs to transition to a tech company. Bed Bath and Beyond book. Why is these RC releasing shares as a dividend? Because it fucks the shorts. I'm not saying he's not doing it to fuck the shorts. I'm just saying that the shorts have a way out of being fucked. Or at least being fucked too hard. I mean, they'll get fucked a little bit. Maybe fucked a little bit twice. The MOASS movement, bro, to the moon, man. I never said MOASS is impossible. You're just fucking picking and choosing shit I say out of context. And making assumptions. It's going alright, Nino Sue. How you doing? No, not rich yet. That's for bicycles, basketballs, bisexuals, yay. What if we all turn on share lending, then call Fidelity, demand a recall of lent shares after the split date is official? I mean, good luck getting Fidelity to recall your shares. They don't even know which ones are yours. Yo, Gherk, I know Batman is make-believe because billionaires don't fight crime. They just complain on Twitter. How do I know what? What the fuck are you talking about? What's up, Kevin? Any insight into the mechanics would be huge. Oh, they say we're recalling our shares. Return them to us. And then the short hedge funds need to do that for every share they've borrowed. That's how it works. Sometimes they give them a couple days. Sometimes they don't. RC tweeting the stock is going down. Hmm. Man, the amount you guys complain about BBBY's share price really makes me think you're not so great at this buying and holding thing. Why is Tesla falling off a cliff? Everything is. No one wants to hold anything overnight. GameStop can't force a recall. They can do things that would incentivize the owners of the stock to recall their shares. But GameStop doesn't own those shares. That's a fucking massive misconception that lots of people still believe. They're not GameStop's shares. They're a public company. They're the shareholders' shares. Thoughts about Netflix and Twitter stocks? I mean, fucking big down. Did you receive the compressed Dan Mayo vape juice that I mailed to your P.O. box? No. Are you expecting some ups tomorrow based on DP utilization today? Not necessarily. DP utilization can keep climbing. But when it starts to downtrend, we'll expect ups. So it's moving up over its average. So higher than 51% utilization. If that continues for a few days in a row. I mean, we've had periods in the past where we've, had utilization. Hold on. I'll show you. We've had periods in the past where we've had utilization spike for like multiple days. But on the downtrends, like when they dump the internalization, it causes price to go up. Seemingly. We haven't been tracking that for that long, but so far that's how it's worked. Increased utilization means increased asymmetric risk. The more asymmetric risk they carry, the more in danger of, a margin call that could potentially be, right? And then so they dump that internalization and clear it out. My BBBY leaps are all 60% down. They're also leaps. I know Facebook is tonight, Caterpillar's tonight. I'm not sure what else. I didn't look at the earnings calendar for today. Qualcomm. I know, but I YOLO'd after the March run, and I'm mad at myself for not having patience. Can you average them down? If you can't average them down, then you simply have to wait or take a loss, right? Also, if you're YOLOing into something that you're chasing, buying far dated, out of the money calls is generally not a great idea. Just a heads up. Weeklies are for YOLOs. That way when you get burned all at once. I sold out of my BBY leaps on some of these smaller runs. That's the correct way to do it. And moved in at cheaper prices. Nice. Well done. Yeah, results vary. My spy calls would agree with you on that. Facebook puts are printing and the underlying is going up. That's just IV increasing, right? Yeah, I'm not going to do that, Walford. Entering my BBY position very slowly. Been able to drop my cost basis to under 17. Nice. I'm still trying to drop mine to a decent number. I think after Friday I'll be just under 20. So it's still a little high. I don't want to double down though, because it's only going to drop me down to like 17. Would it be fair to say that if a price is held constant, an options contract is inherently a depreciating asset? Yeah. Bloomberg Terminal gives the merger a 94% chance of happening. I like those odds. Nice, dude. Which strike for the BBY Jan 23 leaps are the best play? Doesn't matter too much. I mean, it matters. Like, trading at 15, obviously, at the money is the most likely to go into the money. I think 20s, I mean, I'm still buying 20s because I think those are fine. Safe to say Wyckoff's still on the table? I think so. I think we've seen a bounce, but our reversal's a lot slower. You notice that? All our other bounces were kind of quick. In this descending channel that we've been in. And the reversal on this one's a bit more drawn out. And I think that's just, macroeconomic conditions. I don't think it really has anything to do with GameStop specifically. It's just that GameStop's more speculative. And so, funds are a little less willing to buy it when everything's tanking. No problem, Stardust. I've just been buying August 22 and Jan 23. I guess you could buy 24s, but at that point you're really paying for like the theta because you intend to exercise, right? Your premium on the contracts is really high. Ding ding. Another day. Over. So that was interesting. Guess I'll cover the day's price action real quick. This morning, a little higher than average FTDs as we start to see the FTDs come in on the market maker side from March OPECs. Now the ETF FTDs from March OPECs are still a couple weeks out, but right now for the next 3 to 4 days we have FTDs from our big run last month. And so we'll continue to see pretty decent price action, probably in the morning when that liquidity opens up, and then they'll do their standard shorting of the stock and then covering throughout the rest of the day. I think this will continue for the next few days. What we are going to be looking for tomorrow is increased long interest, or better yet, decreased short interest, because we did see puts bump up yesterday, just a little bit, not a lot, not as much as they had last Friday, but puts did bump up. Like I think put call ratio went from like 0.54 to 0.76. Last Friday it went from like 0.54 to 1.09, which was a huge move in like the number of puts. So yeah, hopefully we're going to see some increased long position, decreased short position, maybe a bump up in delta and gamma neutral, which are still above us right now. All kind of centralized around 136 as of this morning. So hopefully we'll see these shift up, and we'll see continued price improvement as we're trading a little bit below delta neutral right now. It's acted as a fairly stable floor for most of our downtrend. So I think if the market continues to kind of correct and a little bit of confidence comes in, I mean, SPY closing at 417 today, it's still a little better than yesterday, but not much. So the confidence in carrying these positions overnight is still weak. We see that, across the market. Tesla, Visa, Cat actually did kind of well, but it's got earnings tonight. Nvidia, Netflix, everything's selling off heavily into the end of the day. So I think as those fears ease, then we'll start to see, maybe a turnaround. It's still really speculative at this point, but if GameStop, the best performance I really expect from GameStop maybe this week will probably be just trading flat, slightly above 127. I don't know if it can do better than that. Qualcomm crushing earnings is good news, especially for AMD. So that's what we'll be looking for. Still in line with Wyckoff. Nothing's broken down. We've traded a little bit of volume below our LPS, but not much. Very minimal amount of volume below LPS. So yeah, I'm not super concerned about breaking that bottom trend line at 127. Not unless we see a major turnaround in the market. We'll take a look at that here. Boom. So things still look good for people who sold cover calls on the last peak. You're fine. Those don't seem to be at any risk of being called away. If you sold them up here, I think you're going to be perfectly safe. And because of our reduced gamma neutral, and the reduced long interest, I think our high on this run I don't think we'll see anything higher than that 140.41 resistance before coming back down. And now hopefully when we come back down out of this one, if we do turn around, and this could stagnate, right? We could get a couple days of this like flat trading while there's still a lot of fear in the market. But if this does stagnate and we see this move up, hopefully we find support here again on the next downside, and this is one of the other conditions for reversal, is we find support here at the top of this kind of like bullshit demand zone thing I drew, where long interest is higher. And if we can find support there and we can move up from there, that can create a scenario where our next high is higher because we now have a higher low, right? So we'll be paying very close attention to whatever turnaround we get in this period, how long that takes, how volatile it is, if there's a lot of volume or not, will help us gauge interest over the coming days. But we will be very importantly looking for the next low. If the next low is higher, that can be bullish because, then we can kind of trade out of this dumpy channel that we're stuck in, and realize, higher highs. Even if we just start to trade flat in that range, this is a much better support for us to be trading at up here at 132. All right, that's all. Facebook pumping? Rip Facebook puts. Didn't I say I didn't want to play those? And things like Facebook now also having a good earnings can help, turn the market around as well. JPalgo, Burr, after hours. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Have a good night, everybody.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.